Kia ora, welcome back. I'm Bernard Hickey, I'm your MC for the second day. I'm glad you all made it here through the rain. It's a bracing day. And we're here for another day of great chat, discussion, contacts, and finding out what's really going on in our sector, but also finding out some new stuff. We've got a couple of great speakers this morning, and we'll be hearing really positive, interesting news about what's going on. Firstly, from Chris Bishop, who is the Housing, Infrastructure and Transport Minister in this government, and someone who is passionate about getting lots of houses built, and I'm often cheering him on from the side against those who don't want to get lots of homes built. So please join with me and give a raucous, welcoming welcome to Chris Bishop.
Well, thank you very much, Bernard, and thank you everyone for having me here at the CHAR conference. I think the last one was November 2024. It's great to be back. I think we're in the same venue, aren't we? It was here at AUT. So I'm looking forward to catching up with many of you. I want to acknowledge Paul and the team for hosting and inviting me to speak. Also want to acknowledge Matapihi and Damon Salisa, Vice-Chancellor, is not here, but I'm told he sends his warm greetings. Can I also thank everyone in the room, you all, from community housing providers to tenancy managers, financiers, iwi, support service providers, community leaders and developers. That housing ecosystem, if you can use that phrase, does a great job of providing warm, dry homes for people in need. And it's more than just homes, it's the support around people living in homes. Now, some of you have heard me say at various sod turnings and ribbon cuttings and all the things ministers get to do, that there's lots of things that are not great about being a minister or being an MP, long hours and late nights and all the rest of it. But one of the best things you get to do is go to openings of new housing developments, because you know that those houses are going to provide strength and warmth to people, often people in severe need. And one of the great privileges of this job is you get to meet some of those people and actually talk to the tenants and talk to the people living in those houses or moving in, and you know that it's life-changing. And it's ultimately one of the reasons why I'm in politics. I want to talk today about how the government's going to back affordable and social housing. My view is that the government can do a much better job of supporting those in need and being more ambitious for people. Over the last couple of years, we've created an entirely new housing investment system centred on three principles: building the right type of homes in the right places for the right people. We're also progressing a broader review of the social housing system, which I'll talk a bit about today. It's not going to be easy, but I do think it is the right thing to do. Before I get into some of that stuff, I want to talk a bit about our wider housing crisis. And again, some of you have heard me say this before. It's not right, I think, to look at social housing in a vacuum. The truth is, our failure to create a functioning private housing market has led to a cascading series of very difficult and expensive public policy problems to solve with very real human costs. We know that housing is too expensive in New Zealand. Over the last 30 years, we've seen some of the largest house price growth in the OECD. From 2017 to 2023, average rents increased by around $180 per week. In the year to June 2024, 46% of renters spent more than 30% of their income on housing. Maori and Pacific households fared worse at 64% and 70% respectively. There's 20,000 families on the social housing waitlist. It's clear that unaffordable housing, which is caused by the artificial scarcity of developable urban land and other planning barriers, has created real need. It's bad for New Zealand, It's phenomenally expensive for government. And this is the most important point, it's made life tougher for people at the hard end of this crisis. We spend as a central government around $5 billion per year on housing assistance, from accommodation supplement to income-related rent, emergency housing grants, transitional housing, homelessness initiatives. And over a 4-year budget period, that's $20 billion. That is 2/3 of central government's school property portfolio, and it's billions of dollars more than our entire network of hospitals. It is an astonishing amount of money. And it's not to say that we shouldn't spend money on housing people who need help. We should. I'm just making the broader point that we are all paying for a housing challenge that, at least in part, is of our own making. We created the system. We created the planning system, the building and construction system, the funding and financing and infrastructure challenges. Those are our creation. And because we created them, we can fix them. And we are determined to do that. It's also a moral issue. We've got a generation locked out of home ownership, people living paycheck to paycheck just to afford the rent, and of course the wait list. So our focus is on the fundamentals. We call it our Going for Housing Growth program, which is around land supply and infrastructure funding and financing, improving the rental market, changes to construction being led by Chris Penk, reversing aspects of earthquake-prone building laws, changing our heritage laws, making it easier to build granny flats, and also Papakainga. And I'm very proud that the other day we published for the first time a national standard for Papakainga housing around New Zealand, so that people using their own whenua are not tied up in red tape by councils up and down the country. So all of those things are really important, but no matter how well functioning our private housing market is, there's always going to be people who need support. And that is ultimately why central government exists. It's a completely legitimate function of the state to provide support for those most in need. And that's ultimately why we are here today. We are making progress. House prices have been largely flat. Rents are flat to falling. First home buyers' purchases are at record highs. The social housing register has come down. We're making progress through the Kainga Ora turnaround plan. Some of you will know that when we came into government, the situation there was unsustainable, with debt forecast to increase to 24.8, so 25 billion by 2027. They have put in place the turnaround plan. Peak debt is now set to be $10 billion lower than forecast. Kainga Ora has got its build costs down, its operating costs are down, tenancy satisfaction is rising, vacancy rates are lower, fewer tenants are in rent arrears, and they're doing a better job of managing their tenants to support safe and respectful communities. So I'm really proud of the work that's happening at Kainga Ora. Something else I'm really proud of is lowering financing barriers for CHIPS, and I saw on the way in James Palmer from the Community Housing Funding Authority. Where is James? Take a bow, my friend. You're doing fantastic work, and we're really proud to support you. So in September last year, I think when I was here in November 2024, I said we were looking at it, and probably people thought, oh yeah, whatever, I'll believe that when I see it. And I'm really proud to return 18 months or so later with some real great progress. So September last year, we established Crown lending facilities of 150 million for Chifa, and that has allowed them to get A+, James? A+ credit rating. Lowering borrowing costs for CHIPS to access finance. I'm told they've advanced 530 million of funds nationwide, financed 34 community and affordable housing providers, freeing up resources to deliver more homes faster and for less. I'm told that CHIPS with the banks were paying 8.5% interest rates, and now we're enabling refinancing at a fixed rate of 4% for 3 to 5 years. That is, by any objective measure, a great outcome. That's a win. Savings for CHIPS, savings for taxpayers, and ultimately means we can reinvest that into more warm, dry homes. Also done the bank loan guarantee scheme, where the Crown's guaranteeing 80% of loans to providers by participating banks. Really proud of that too. These are the things that have been talked about for years, and we're just getting on and doing them. Also proud of the investments that have been made over successive budgets in backing social and affordable housing. Since we've come into government, CHIPS and KO have delivered 7,500 net new social homes. We've approved $426 million for Maori-led delivery of around 1,000 homes, including Papakainga affordable rentals and owner-occupied housings. And we've invested in new places. If you add up budgets 24, 5 and 6, we now have a genuine long-term social housing pipeline of opportunities for the chip sector and other providers. And as long as I've been working in housing and coming to these conferences and other hui around the country, people say what we need is that stability of the pipeline, long-term funding so that we can plan and invest, look at our development opportunities, get that pipeline going. We now have that over the next 4 years through the combination of the funding in the last 3 budgets. So in budgets 24 and 5, we funded at least 2,050 places to be delivered by June 2027. And I can tell you that we are now looking at that funding actually delivering around 2,200 places. So we budgeted on 2,050. It now looks like we will deliver roughly around 2,200, which is absolutely fantastic. As of May, 500 places have been delivered, and I'm also really pleased that 85% of the 2,200 places will be 1 or 2 bedroom units, which is where the real need is. Last year in the budget, we established the Flexible Fund, which is supporting the delivery of 675 to 770 homes for delivery from July next year, July 2027, to the end of 2029. What we're trying to do here is collapse and combine previous housing programs. The status quo when we came in was an alphabet soup of tightly defined duplicative programs, and the feedback we had was that providers were moulding their models to fit the criteria or the money wouldn't flow. That's pretty inefficient and suboptimal. So we're moving to a future state. I think the mic's gone. Can everyone hear me? No, I want the mic to work though.
Can you switch that one on? Yep, there you go.
So we're moving to a future state where one flexible pot of money can be deployed to all types of interventions, including affordable rentals and new innovative solutions that best meet housing need and represent good value for money. So the last part of the pipeline is made up of places funded in Budget 2026. Budget 2026 topped up the Flexible Fund by $69.2 million, which will support the delivery of an additional 1,800 to 2,250 homes over 3 years starting from July 2028. And, no, that's gone as well. Happy days. Okay. Anyway, what I just said is created the flexible fund, budget 2026, topped it up by an additional $70 million, roughly 1,800 to 2,250 homes for 3 years starting from July 2028. So when you add in the last year's funding starting next year and then the budget 2026 funding starting the year after that, you've got that 4-year pipeline. And without getting ahead of future budgets, having established it, we now want to top up the fund, over time without getting ahead of future budgets. The key thing we've done is done a different system of allocation. So when I came in, I said, okay, how do we actually distribute money to KO and CHIPS? And to be honest with you, it wasn't a particularly sophisticated way, and it wasn't particularly nuanced or granular based on where the housing need is. And so that's what we've changed. So we've established the Housing Investment Plan, and the intention is to update that every year and use detailed data and local insights to identify where the housing need is the highest and the type of homes that are required. So in other words, we want to make sure that we're investing in the right places. So the first plan has a large focus in need, a large focus of need in locations. So we know, for example, that there's real housing deprivation in the far north, for example. We know that there's real deprivation in South Auckland, on the Eastern Bay of Plenty, Gisborne, Hastings, for example. So that is where a lot of the investment through the first round of the investment plan is directed. So it's a good first step. And we're making use of the data that we've got to identify the right places. So that's kind of need in place. Where I want to take the system for round 2, which is the funding starting from July 28, the stuff we've just funded, is to look at priority cohorts. So right house, right place, right people. What do I mean by that? So I want to look at groups of people that if we invested in them would deliver the greatest benefits to households, to government and to society. This is social investment in action. Now I've got a hypothesis that we need to test, that we're talking about people like recently released prisoners, families with young kids, and Kiwis with mental health challenges or disabilities. One statistic that has stuck with me, there's New Zealand research that shows that following people post-release from prison have a 4.6 times higher re-imprisonment risk for those with unstable housing. So it's intuitive, right? If you leave prison and you don't go into a home with the right support, it's more likely that you'll end up back in prison. Seems logical. Actually, the data bears that out. So how do we change the system to make sure the housing system is investing based on that data? Well, we can, and we will. A couple of you have heard me, or a few of you have heard me talk about these 2 cases that kind of get me worked up and motivate me to try and change the system. There's the guy in New Plymouth. I was reading him in the car on the way here this morning to remind myself. In a wheelchair, in a motel for 4 years with his son, emergency housing motel, in a studio room with a son in a wheelchair for 4 years, waiting for a social house. Then it took 2 years to sort out the ramp, 2 years for a ramp between all of the different government agencies. Council took 9 months to consent the ramp for a guy in a wheelchair in a motel. It's like a microcosm of everything wrong with New Zealand society. So that's, when I think about the housing system, that's who I have in my head to try and help his situation. And then there's an example I heard about last week. I was visiting court in Auckland, and they got a really innovative program there, and working with Auckland Public Health New Zealand, essentially the mental health team. And there's a guy there who spent 4 years in an acute mental health unit because they couldn't discharge him anywhere because no one would take him. 4 years. And what they said to me was, the tragedy of the whole thing on a human level is that after 4 years, he'd regressed, basically. And actually, if they'd got support and discharged him and put some support around him, he probably would be okay. But because he spent 4 years there. And you sort of just go, well, how does that happen? Like, how does someone fall through the cracks of 4 years in an acute mental health unit when the system's not meant to, that's not meant to happen? And so it's just like the guy in the wheelchair in New Plymouth, Sean, his name is. Should name him. How does that happen? That's wrong. And we can fix it, though. You just got to make sure you got the right motivations. Anyway, so we're doing a lot of work on cohort-based analysis. SIA, Social Investment Agency, is doing that work with MHUD and MSD. We're going to use the IDI and some of the other data that we've got, the integrated data set infrastructure. That brings me to the review of social housing, because these two things are linked. So we are engaging in a multi-year reform of our system. We want to create a system that's fair, represents value for money, and supports upward mobility. Not everyone will agree with this, but I think there are fundamental problems in the system. It is inequitable. Similar households can get very different financial support depending on whether they're in social housing or a private rental. On average, social housing tenants on a main benefit have $105 more per week after housing costs than a comparable private renter receiving the accommodation supplement. Whichever way you look at it, people in the same circumstances are treated very differently depending on what kind of funnel they end up in, and that is not right. The system is expensive and we're not using the stock we've got effectively. 29% of people in social housing can afford a lower quartile market rent. That's not to say that people need to move on. They could require social housing for other reasons, but it makes the point that not everyone in social housing, the settings don't necessarily target those most in need. And it does create a dependency trap. And that is largely the fault of the system. So we are, through the review of social housing, aiming to deliver a fairer, more effective and efficient system. So we want to refocus social housing to those who need it most. We want to deliver a package of interventions to help people through the system towards independence. We want to improve fairness and financial incentives between closing the gap between social and private housing. The changes are not going to be easy, and I get that they're not supported by everybody, but they are tough decisions that I think need to be made. If money was no object, we could fund 20,000 houses tomorrow. But money is an object. Government funds are constrained. That is the reality. And based on recent history, just simply funding tens of thousands of places in a short space of time wouldn't solve the problem. The most effective long-term fix for our housing challenge is to make housing more affordable and to reshape social housing so it's a solution for those who need it most for the period that they need it. Some people in social housing will need social housing for the rest of their life. That is true, and the system should always support that. Some people will need it as a stepping stone for independence into the rental market or even into home ownership, and that's okay too. The system doesn't really incentivise that at the moment, but we can change it so that it does. So change is difficult, but it is the right thing to do. Besides the Budget 2026 changes, we haven't locked in any decisions. And I want to work with you to develop proposals to give effect to the shifts we've announced. And if there are other things you think we need to do, we are up for hearing your ideas. I've directed MSD and HUD and MCERT officials, it's now called MCERT, to engage with you, stakeholders, I hate that word, but you, from July to September this year to develop our thinking. Jeremy Lightfoot, who's the Chief Executive of MCERT, I think is here. I saw him on the way in. So Jeremy is here and he'll be having a chance to speak with you. We're also going to set up a small expert advisory group to support this work between MSD and MCERT. I'm really acutely conscious that in this room and in the broader sector, there are people who know far more about the challenges on the ground than I do. People who know the system intimately, who know the nooks and crannies, the challenges and the advantages, the challenges and the opportunities. And we want to make sure we work with you and take that wisdom on board. So we're intending to make further decisions next year on policy proposals that we've outlined, including the basis of a new needs assessment and interventions to support mobility. I know many of you are keen to understand the data and the advice that underpinned the announcement last month. We'll be releasing that material. We've released some of it already, but there's more to come. And we'll be working with the sector in the second half of the year, as I say, as we develop the next stage of the review of social housing. So in closing, and conscious that I've spoken for a long time, and I think we've got time for some questions, Paul. In closing, I want to be clear with you that we can't deliver a better social housing system without you. You're not just delivery partners, you're innovators, problem solvers. You're deeply connected to the people we're trying to help. Your experience on the ground is important to us. We want to make sure that you've got greater certainty, a stronger platform to deliver and plan for the future. And I want us to work together to build a better social housing support system. Thank you for your commitment, your professionalism, your empathy. Thank you for your determination. Thank you for helping to build a better New Zealand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. While you're putting your questions into the system so that they can pop up there, I wanted to ask Chris one question, and also Paul's got some questions. You mentioned you could afford 20,000 houses just to get them cracking now, but that wasn't possible. What would the cost-benefit analysis of that look like? And what are we missing out on by not going for those 20K, and what would be the cost of doing it? Because it's quite an attractive number you threw out there.
Well, I mean, that's the size of the wait list. It's roughly around 20,000. And my broader point, which I started with, is that actually over time, if you make housing more affordable, you end up with fewer people on the wait list to start with. Because, I mean, the wait list has its own challenges, right? I mean, it's an imperfect proxy for need. I mean, we're undertaking a review of social housing to look at the needs assessment to work out whether everyone on the wait list, to work out the criteria. So there's changes underway there. I mean, I find this process around the A20 through B8 thing, I think it's sort of deeply dehumanising, but that's another issue. But there's a couple of practical constraints. One is that government is about trade-offs. I'm just being honest with you. Like every budget process, you've got to go through and weigh up your investments, and government's about trade-offs. And secondly, if we just funded 20,000 social houses tomorrow, they could not be delivered tomorrow, let alone in the next 3 to 4 years. It just couldn't happen. So there's a practical constraint there.
Paul.
Kia ora, Minister. There are 20 jurisdictions around the world who have changed their building code in the last 5 to 10 years because they recognise they've got ageing populations and the houses that they're building are assets going to be around for 100 years. So what are we doing about building housing that's going to suit an ageing population in 2060, 2070, where most of the people are going to be older and the current building code is just not meeting that need?
Yeah, so I'm not an expert on this stuff because Chris Penk handles that. I'm not trying to dodge the question. I'm just giving you a prefatory remark to say I'm not an expert, but I'm really keen to hear what you think we should be doing in relation to that. I mean, I am really aware of the ageing population, and HUD's actually published some long-term insights work into that, which is quite an interesting read if you've got a chance to have a look at it. It is a problem we're going to confront, and retirement villages are great, but let's face it, they're for wealthy white people. 99% of people who live in a retirement village are European. And they're great, but I actually think there's a whole missing link there around affordable rentals for seniors. It doesn't have to be social housing, because not everyone who's a senior who's on a sort of relatively moderate income. Not everyone who's 60 plus, who's not earning a huge amount of money or doesn't have a huge amount of money. Not everyone needs a social house, with income-related rent. There's that missing middle in the market of an affordable rental. It's 70, 60, 70, 80% of the market rent. So the flexible fund gives us the ability to develop solutions to that, and that's kind of what I'm indicating through the cohort-based analysis and being more specific about what we invest in. So I know that sounds like it's dodging the question, but really interested in your feedback on what we need to do to the building code to
and with fixed incomes that older people will have,
Yep.
income-related rent doesn't do that.
We're taking on board, Chris, the point you've made. In fact, the whole of yesterday we were talking a lot about what we can do, what we can put into the mix, how we can pitch ideas, and certainly that has opened up as part of the process with MSD and HUD. They've already engaged with us as a sector, saying, hey, we want your ideas. So really encouraging you to pick that up.
It's quite interesting because once you start thinking creatively about this stuff, the sky's the limit. So is anyone here from Abbeyfield? Abbeyfield here? No. Okay, well, Abbeyfield's got this thing where they say everyone in an Abbeyfield house delays the onset of going into aged care by 5 years. What's the most expensive form of housing the government provides? 1, prison. 2, mental health. And 3, aged care. Extremely expensive. So everyone who's not in aged care, who's living in a community, surrounded by a fellowship, with a group around them, with support and collegiality, etc., big financial benefits for government. So once you start thinking creatively about this stuff, it takes you down all sorts of interesting paths. Now, we haven't got all the solutions yet, but that's where I want to go with the system.
Just one final question. Unfortunately, we're running a little bit behind time. Yep.
Thank you. I'm Colleen Brown from Disability Connect. I just want to follow up what Mike said. You talked about having provide support for those most in need. Well, why did you take away the 15% accessible housing for kāinga ora?
Oh, it's just a target, which is frankly a bit arbitrary. KO's building accessible units right now and all the time. In some cases, it's factored into their in fact, it is factored into their standardised design, as I understand it.
Those targets were really important to the disability sector, and they're ones that we would have really liked to have been involved with, helping you, as you've asked us to help you. This is one area we really wanted to be involved with. And
well, really happy to talk to you. I mean, as I say, the review, the changes to the needs assessment, and then the flexible fund criteria, which are in some cases linked, gives us the ability to be much more specific about building the right sort of houses. So, to give you an example, I couldn't go, unfortunately, because I was overseas, but the other day we opened 7 units delivered by Equity House in Tauranga, specifically designed for autistic people. So just little tweaks to the design. So obviously you've got the sensory problems, so specifically built in a way that is suitable for them, and it's that sort of thing that I'm talking about. So we can pick up exactly what you're talking about through the changes we're making.
Unfortunately, we have to stop there because we've got plenty more on today, but please join with me in thanking Chris Bishop. That was a great discussion and lots of interesting ideas and detail. Along those lines, it's time now to hear from Satish Ranchhod, who is the Senior Economist at Westpac. Westpac are sponsoring the event today, and I always enjoy listening to Satish. So please welcome Satish. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Minister, it's a pleasure to talk to you today. I'm from Auckland, and issues affecting our housing supply and our communities are very important to me. I also want to start off by just acknowledging the fantastic work that Community Housing Aotearoa does. Working with Paul and the team, we've seen the fantastic advocacy they've done, support for affordable housing and community housing. We're proud to be associated with them and to support them. We look forward to continuing to work together over the next few years. So today what I'm going to do is provide a bit of a discussion around some of the big changes that we've been seeing in New Zealand's housing market, because the last few years have seen some pretty significant developments in terms of housing availability and demand, and there are some obvious important implications for affordability. I thought I'd start off with what's been happening to house prices. It's been quite an unusual period. If we think back over the past year, it's been quite mixed across the country. Here in Auckland, also in Wellington, we've seen prices edging back a bit. Christchurch, Lower South Island, a little bit of some modest gains. But the broad picture from the past 3 years is that house prices in New Zealand have been basically flat. And that is very unusual for many of us who would have grown up in a period where we're used to house prices rising by 5 to 7% per annum, at times much larger rates. It's also quite unusual if I think about the interest rate environment as well. If I think about housing affordability, interest rates are one of the biggest determinants. When interest rates are low, house prices tend to rise quite rapidly. As we saw through the recent downturn in the wake of the pandemic, we saw rapid house price growth. When interest rates were at record lows, they came down sharply when interest rates went back up. For the past couple of years, we've had low interest rates and still no growth in house prices. And what's been underlying this has been quite a significant reshaping of the availability of housing in New Zealand and also the demand for it. If I think about what happened over the past decade when we saw some of that significant growth in house prices, we were in an environment where population growth was very different to what it is now. Through much of the past decade, we saw very high rates of population growth, especially here in Auckland, underpinned by high levels of migration. And while building activity did pick up, it didn't keep pace with those changes in the population. And it meant that in many parts of the country, we saw a shortage of housing development, a lot of overcrowding developing, and it was particularly acute here in Auckland again, but it was seen right across the country. Now that did result in upwards pressure on rents, as the Minister mentioned before. It saw upwards pressure on house prices. But that upwards pressure on house prices, combined with changes in the planning environment that allowed for greater building and densification, did support an increase in building over time. And we actually saw building activity picking up quite substantially over the past decade. Now, in the wake of the pandemic, a lot of those factors started to change. With higher interest rates, we did see building activity dropping back, but it was still a pretty solid level of home building. But at the same time, population growth has plunged quite dramatically. And that combination of high rates of building, low population growth, means that the underbuilding of homes that we saw through much of the past decade, it's largely been worked off. It's not to say that we don't have a shortage of housing, because in certain areas, as we're discussing today, there obviously is significant need for housing. But the shortages that have characterized the New Zealand housing market for much of the past decade, they've now largely been eliminated. We've actually got more homes per head of population than we have for well over a decade, and that's right across the country. And that is really important because it means that shortages of housing are no longer underpinning strong growth in house prices that we previously saw. And that is a big part of the reason why we're not seeing those strong gains in house prices that we used to see when we had low interest rates. And that's a really interesting development, the combination of low house price growth, increases in housing supply, and changes in lending conditions, including low interest rates. It's meant that the housing market has actually become a lot more affordable. And we've seen that through the number of first-time buyers. It's picked up to record levels right across the country. And in a sense, that's actually a pretty favourable development. It signals that housing affordability over the last 3 to 5 years has actually been improving. But that's only one lens on housing affordability. Housing's still relatively expensive. And it does mean that it's taking families longer to save, to get that deposit, to get into their first home. We've seen from our own data that the average home of first-time buyers has crept up from about 33 a couple of years ago to about 35, 36 here in Auckland. And that's important because by the time people are at that age in life, their housing needs have changed. It's more likely now that when people are getting into that first home, that they will have a family, they need a different sort of dwelling than they might have if they were getting into a first home at a younger age. It changes the amount that they have to save. But if people are getting into housing later in life, it also changes how long they have to repay that, how long they have to save for retirement. There's a lot of associated issues there. It also raises some interesting questions about our rental market. With people staying in rental housing for longer, we do need to think about the provision of rental housing. It does mean that if we're thinking about community and affordable housing, it does need a discussion around private landlords and the provision of those rental housing. That's an important part of our housing market. There's also been one unusual and unexpected development from the softness in house price growth, one that's sort of become a bit more obvious over the last year or so. If you think about when you get into a home, normally you're at an earlier stage in your family life cycle, you're on a lower income. As your income goes up, your family probably gets a bit bigger. You'll probably move houses to something that's a little more suitable to your family needs. But the way that we've traditionally funded that is through capital appreciation. The value of your home goes up, you sell it, you move to a larger dwelling without a big increase in your mortgage. But with basically no growth in house prices over the last 3 years, and if you bought a bit earlier than that, possibly a drop in your house price, people are actually staying in their home for longer. And it's not necessarily a problem, but for a lot of families, as you're growing and if it's getting bigger, well, staying in the same home might not be the right sort of option for you. You actually do need to move. So low house price growth, great in some senses, but there are also a few fishhooks that we need to be conscious of. Now, one of the issues that I'm really conscious of when I'm thinking about people getting into affordable housing has been the financial backdrop. A big part of people being able to get into a new home has been that interest rates have been pretty low for the past few years. But that picture is now changing. In the wake of the Middle East crisis, what we have seen is a lot of pressure on inflation, even though we've seen some more encouraging news recently. We are still seeing some pretty strong cost of living pressures coming through. Petrol's come back, but it's still pretty high. Inflation's going to be high for a while. And in that environment, we are seeing growing pressure on borrowing costs. There is a question about how fast interest rates are going to rise. I know markets are expecting the Reserve Bank's going to begin raising interest rates in a couple of weeks' time. We're a little more circumspect. We think they'll probably wait till later in the year, but the direction for interest rates over the coming couple of years is going to be to the upside. And that's going to be important. Again, it'll change some of those discussions that many households are having right now about what they do in terms of their housing situation. Is it going to be affordable? And it's at the same time as we still have an ongoing cost of living crisis. It's also quite important for housing developers. We are seeing increases in building costs, financing costs are going up, but at the same time, with next to no growth in house prices, it's not really attractive for a lot of private developers to bring projects to market in this environment. And I think that does highlight that we need to be thinking around the incentives for new housing development, especially in the community space, and that does include a pretty serious discussion around the ability to densify, bring to those more affordable solutions to the market. So that is basically what I was going to highlight right now. It is an interesting time for the housing market. We're seeing a mix of factors going in. Affordability is changing, but there's obviously a lot of different angles there. I'm really conscious that over the next couple of years, the situation that we're going to be facing as a nation on a lot of fronts is going to be changing, with a rocky global backdrop, a very different financial backdrop than we've been seeing, but still some ongoing challenges for a lot of households, and also a significant and persistent cost of living crisis. Addressing housing is going to be a big factor that could change the well-being for a lot of families. We've seen that, especially here in Auckland, where housing shortages can be, they have had a dramatic impact on a lot of people's standard of living. Getting those solutions right in conjunction with things like infrastructure, social assets, and community spaces could really have a significant and powerful impact on the well-being of many of our citizens. So we look forward to seeing where it's going. I think there are going to be some challenges, but thank you for your time. That's it for me. Cheers.
Thank you very much. You mentioned there that without house price growth, there's not the incentives to build new houses, at least for private developers. And with, as we heard in the conference so far, so many people paying more than 40, 50% of their income in rent, we still have this rental affordability crisis and house purchase affordability crisis. So how might the private market deal with these affordability challenges when the incentives are not there with rising house prices to do it?
I think there are quite a few challenges there. I mean, you mentioned the rental challenge. That's been one that's troubled us for a long time. The amount a lot of households have to spend on rent, especially at the lower end of the income spectrum. We have at least seen some more encouraging news on that front. Rents in some of our major centres have actually been coming down. But this does really highlight the need to have a functioning private and public rental market. For a lot of people, especially if you're waiting to get a move into a permanent home or longer term, more people will be renting. That's going to be a vital role. But it does really highlight that if we want to bring these developments to market that are affordable, well, private market, things have to live and die on the numbers. But for social housing, we do need an appropriate planning environment, incentives to bring these to market. It's a slightly different set of considerations. There's a lot for us to consider, and we've seen a pretty intense argument here in Auckland recently around densification and those options. It'd be great to see more of that coming through. I think over the past few years, the changes that we made allowing for greater densification played a big role in bringing more and affordable homes to market.
And you mentioned that maybe we've perhaps solved or at least taken some of the pressure out of the housing supply issue, and that there were now more houses per person than we had a few years ago. But how much of that is caused by just the natural ageing of the population, which means there are fewer people per household, and also more houses that are actually empty?
On the first 2 points there about the changes in the makeup of the population, I think it might be playing a small role, but I think a bigger factor has been the fact that we have actually been building a very significant number of houses. I know when we talk to our friends in the construction sector, they have been highlighting some challenging times. Building slowed from its peak, but we're actually building quite a significant number of homes, and it's at the same time as population growth has slowed. So while those factors might be playing a role, I think we have actually seen a pretty significant expansion of our building stock, and that is still continuing right now.
Great. I'm going to end it there because we've got to move on, but please join with me in thanking Satish Ranchhod from Westpac. We are incredibly lucky today with the speakers that we've got, and now it's time to hear some more about what's going on with the development of new homes in the iwi sector. With Te Rau o Te Korimako doing some amazing things, I'd like to welcome Rukumoana Shaafhausen to the stage to tell us about what's going on. I'm really looking forward to this one because I've been giving a hint. I've been told that there might be something big coming out of this. So please, welcome to the stage, Rukumoana. And, of course, Karleen Puriri.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Me wehi ki te atua, te timatanga o te whakaaro nui, me whakahonore ki te kuini Māori, kuini ngā wai hono i te pō, rire hau pai mārire. Ki te hunga kua whetūrangi tia, haere atu rā. Ki te hunga ora kua tai mai nei rā te mihi kia koutou katoa. E mihi ana kia Honourable Chris Bishop, rāua ko the Honourable Kieran McAnulty, kua tai mai nei. Kia ora koutou. I'm Karleen, and firstly I just want to acknowledge Cha for having us here today, Chris and Paul. I also want to acknowledge Ali from Te Matapihi as well. Nā kingi tāwhiao e ki atu, māku anō i tōku nei whare. Ko te whare nei e whanakitia māua ko te rau o te Korimako. Te rau o te Korimako is a chip We were registered in 2022, and we were registered at a time when there was a shift, a political shift, which changed the landscape a little bit for us. We're a partnership of two iwi. My name is Karleen Puriri. I'm the CEO of the Ngāti Tamo'o Settlement Trust, and I'm accompanied by Rukumoana Shaafhausen from Ngāti Haua. And so we are two iwi coming together to create a model that supports collectively all iwi across the country. Some of the barriers that you'll all know about, which Minister Bishop spoke to today, are really challenging for all of us. The scale of need, the financing systems, the structural issues that we have, and the complex needs. When you add Māori whenua to that, it adds to those challenges, and this has been a specific challenge that we would like to deal with. There was a time actually when there was a push for iwi to become chips, lots of little chips. But as we know, if we're going to collectivise, if we're going to scale, if we're going to build an asset base, that isn't necessarily the right way forward. Sorry, back to the slides. So capital constraints is an issue for us, for all of us in the room. When we talk about whenua Māori, we talk about different types of titles. Māori reservation, again, alienated whenua, again, creates issues for us if our aspirations are to house our whānau on our whenua. And of course, fragmented delivery across the country, across the many different needs. So where we've landed is building a scalable Māori housing model that enables iwi whenua and iwi to participate at various levels. And I'm going to hand over to my esteemed colleague, Rukumoana, who's going to take you through our model. Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou e te whare, ngā mihi Karleen. So Karleen has outlined, sorry, it's a bit short, has outlined the challenges which will be familiar to all of us in this room. But rather than asking how we deliver one more housing project, we asked a different question. And that question was, how do we create a platform that makes housing delivery easier, faster, and more scalable? And that's the opportunity we want to explore. Is this? Oh, yes, the opportunity. Here we go. Okay. Oh, you do it. Okay. Yeah. Is this? Oh, yeah, back. Aroha mai. So, as I said, the opportunity before us isn't simply to build more houses. It doesn't go back. Okay. The opportunity is actually to redesign the delivery model itself. So we acknowledge what successive governments have done to try and understand us, but I have to say it does fall short. So we've taken it upon ourselves to redesign the system, but in partnership with the government and with others. So if we're going to redesign the model, we have to look at how we can unlock capital differently, how we manage risk differently, and how do we coordinate delivery differently. And that's when we think we can fundamentally change what's possible. So what excites us most about where we're at is that we have all the ingredients to make this possible. The whenua exists, the demand exists, as we all know, and the aspiration exists. The opportunity is to connect all of those ingredients through a platform designed specifically for Māori housing delivery, and a platform, importantly, that attracts institutional capital, a platform that reduces risk for iwi, and a platform that coordinates delivery at scale while pursuing and keeping ownership and decision-making close to the communities it serves. So that, in a nutshell, is the opportunity that Te Rauoti Korimako is pursuing. In terms of addressing the structural barriers, what you'll notice on this slide is that every barrier has a corresponding solution. So where capital is constrained, we create scale. So that's what we're currently working on. Where risk sits on iwi balance sheets, we separate the delivery risk from whenua ownership. So Ngāti Haua, we've got many aspirations for our iwi to unlock the potential of our whenua Māori. To have all the debt loaded onto our whenua for housing means we can't do, for example, horticulture and other income generating ideas. So being able to shift that risk off our balance sheets is really key for this model. Where capability is fragmented, we aggregate expertise and delivery resources. So the model isn't accidental. Each component has been designed to solve a specific problem that we've observed repeatedly across the sector. And the result is a structure that makes housing delivery easier, faster, and more scalable. So in simple terms, capital becomes accessible in this model, risk becomes manageable, and delivery becomes scalable. Okay. Right. So how? So one of the first lessons we learned is there is no such thing as a typical iwi, marae, Māori entity, Māori land trust housing project. All of us start from a different place. Some of us already have capability and simply need access to capital. Others have land aspirations but don't yet have the systems, compliance, requirements or operational capacity to deliver at scale, which really was where Ngāti Haua started in this continuum. But rather than create a one-size-fits-all solution, we designed a model, as you'll see on the slide here, that has 4 participation pathways. At the left side of the table is the most iwi-led model. So here, iwi retain responsibility for almost every aspect of delivery. And Te Rau o Te Korimako, our chip, provides the chip registration and funding pathway. As you move across the table, Te Rau o Te Korimako takes on progressively more operational responsibility, as you'll see there. So that includes things from tenancy management, asset management, compliance, leasing, and day-to-day delivery functions. At the far right, model 4, you'll see that it's a full service model where iwi can effectively say, we want homes delivered, but we don't have the capacity to manage the entire housing operation themselves. So you'll see here for Model 4, our chip takes on a lot of the responsibility for getting houses built for whānau. And so, again, the critical point here is that as you move from left to right, responsibility can be delegated, but what never changes is ownership. The whenua will always remain with the iwi who's participating in this model. Governance remains with that iwi, and the strategic decisions remain with that iwi. All Māori entity, all Māori land trust, all marae. So this model is not a pathway for transferring assets, nor is it a pathway for building, it is a pathway, as you can see, for building capability. And importantly, iwi can move between these models over time, depending on where they are at. As I said, Ngāti Haua, we were, actually our partners, TRC, Tamaki Regen, probably say we're in the Model 4. I'd like to think we're at least in Model 2, 3. But the great thing is as we build capacity, as we build our wealth, we can move along this continuum. So iwi can begin with a full service arrangement while capability is being established and gradually transition toward a more iwi-led model as confidence and systems and expertise develop. So in that sense, we don't see these as 4 separate models that others can participate. We see them as 4 stages along the same journey towards mana motuhake in housing delivery, towards self-determination. So I think the key thing for this room to note is that the question isn't which model is the best model. The question is what level of support will help your iwi move further and fastest towards its housing aspirations, because we're all different. So one of the mistakes that is often made in housing is assuming capability can be built after projects begin. But we've taken the opposite view, and where capability must be built alongside delivery. Now, that is somewhat of a risk, so it is important that the partners you have are aligned in values and vision. So that's why partnership is important. By working with experienced operators, so in our case, Tāmaki Regeneration, and I want to mihi aroha kia koutou to Shelley Katai, who is the CEO of TRC, who leads an amazing team, Catherine, Joe, Jess, Paul, and many others, and TRC in the room, because I'm sure our mahi is occupying more of your time than anything else. But we value that relationship and that partnership. We've been working closely with Strategic Property, a development manager, Joe McDonald, her team, Kennedy and Dan. And so by working with partners, we gain access to proven systems, governance disciplines, and operational expertise from day one. But the destination is always Māori ownership of capability. And our partners have always been clear, we will get out of the way when you are ready to fly this waka on your own. Right now we are holding tightly because that's for our whānau, and we're in some of the most deprived rohe across the motu. So for our whānau, the fact that we are building right now is no one believed it, because how often do we go into our communities and we say we're going to do this, we're going to do that, but somehow the system trips us up and they lose confidence and they lose faith and they lose trust in us. Right now we are building, and it's been a journey, but we are there. So we now have the trust of our whānau, but we have to keep that trust. But with that trust, we have to build their capability. So that's what's exciting about the model that we've designed, actually, is they can be involved in building their own whānau capability and individual capacity. So the objective isn't to borrow expertise forever from our partners. It's the objective is to grow it within our community. So again, emphasise your partners need to be on board with that kaupapa. But what excites us most is that every home delivered also builds organisational capability. So every tenancy managed, every compliance process completed, every development delivered, all of that strengthens Māori housing capability for the future. And so the result is immediate delivery capability today and stronger Māori housing capability for tomorrow. So in addition, actually, it would be remiss of me in my shout-outs not to also acknowledge the government. Successive governments, this has been a journey, unfortunately, far longer than I wanted it to be, but at least, 5 to 6 years. So we've had two different governments, but I do mihi to them because they, while they haven't necessarily seen them, they understand the intent and the vision, so they have supported us to get to where we are. We need more support. I loved what the Minister said this morning, and so we will be putting our hand up as one of those priority cohorts. Local ownership, national scale. So historically, iwi have often been forced to choose between independence and scale, but we think that's a false choice. The model is built on the belief that collective strength does not require collective ownership, because who knows in this room, I see our whanaunga here, Waikato Tainui, and others in the room, no one, when it comes to our whenua, no one else can take claim to that. So that was as Karleen alluded to, this was the tricky part of the system that we operate in. So for us, collective strength doesn't require all of us to own everybody's whenua. By aggregating housing projects across multiple iwi, we create a platform capable of attracting capital, lowering delivery costs and strengthening our collective negotiating position. Yet every participating iwi in this model retains ownership of its whenua, governance of its assets and authority over its local decisions. And you will know that that balance is incredibly important. So we're not collectivising whenua in this model, we're collectivising strength. The scale creates opportunities that no individual project can achieve on its own. Again, Ngāti Tamoho, Ngāti Haua, South Waikato, South Auckland, we couldn't do it alone. It made sense at the outset when we came together over COVID to feed our whānau, that why don't we do housing? Because actually we were seeing firsthand the struggles that our whānau were in. So the scale creates opportunities that individually we can't achieve. So rangatiratanga remains exactly where it should be with the iwi. One platform, many iwi, shared strength. So as I said, this is our development in Waharoa. And you know, you should be sceptical because I never want to present anything actually if I haven't given it a go. Because our authority comes not from our words, it comes from our actions. So we can stand here confidently today to say that this model is in action. Our chip, Te Rau o Te Korimako, was established by our iwi because we were facing similar challenges and we could achieve more, as I said, by working together. And we are both benefiting from the platform. Ngāti Tamoho has housing developments underway in Pukekohe and South Auckland, and we are delivering 35 social and affordable homes at Waharoa. And construction is underway, as I said, and whānau will move in July. Oh, yes. Yes, kia ora. You need to go and tell them how great that is. But what makes these projects important isn't, as I said, the number of homes. It's that they demonstrate the model working in practice. Land whenua Māori has been activated. We bought that whenua after our settlement. Capital has been assembled and partnerships have been established. Capability is being built and homes are being delivered. So this is the model in action. Our focus now is making this opportunity available to others. In this regard, we are in active discussions with other iwi who are considering which model best reflects their circumstances, from a full service model to actually maybe they only want the tenancy component of the housing model that we've designed. But it's exciting. I think there is a model here. Westpac, other finances, philanthropics in the room, come talk to Karleen after because we could still do a bit more capital. Okay, so more than housing, right. So again, I want to just pick up on what the Minister was saying about those of our whānau who are incarcerated and the like. They are still whānau for us. So this isn't about, yes, it's about social and affordable housing, but it's for all whānau. And this is where we deliberately lift our eyes beyond housing, because nobody wakes up, well, I don't, wanting just a housing project. We want houses because it enables security, belonging, opportunity, education, hauora, and connection to whenua. Both of us we've started our housing developments within sort of 20 kilometres proximity to our marae. That connection is important for our start, for our initial development. So if anybody is here from government, can you please just remind or tell Minister Bishop that we are his priority cohort because we care for all whānau, regardless of their background. Having said that, the house is important, but it is also a platform for everything else that comes after. And we all know this. A warm, secure home creates better educational outcomes, it improves our hauora outcomes, it strengthens connection in culture and community, it creates the stability that allows whānau to plan for the future, and when housing is delivered well, the benefits extend beyond the front door. So that's why we are seeing housing not as an end in itself. So we can have supply is important, but we're sort of answering the question for why and what for. And for us, it is a foundation for intergenerational well-being. So again, the solution or the outcome is not simply more houses, it's stronger whānau, stronger communities and stronger futures. So where do we go from here? The opportunity in front of us is larger than one organisation, iwi or funding program. As I said, no one iwi, no single iwi can solve this alone. No single government program will solve it, and no single investor will solve it. The scale of the challenge actually requires partnership. Each of you represented in this room has something important to contribute. Government can help create enabling settings. Minister McAnulty, other ministers in the room, we're coming into election. Be mindful of what you hear in this conference. The system needs to work for those of us on the front line. Iwi, we can bring leadership, whenua and vision, and providers can bring expertise, and investors can bring patient capital. The invitation is simple. It's iwi, help us build something that none of us can build on our own. One platform, many iwi, shared strength. A Māori-led housing system capable of delivering homes, capability and intergenerational impact across Aotearoa. In closing, I want to just speak to our vision, our whakatauki. Kei konei te whakapapa e tū ana, kei konei te mana tuku iho e ara ake ana, ka herea tātou e te kotahitanga. A future where whānau have access to secure homes on their own whenua, a future where iwi can pursue housing aspirations without placing undue risk on future generations, a future where capital is working in service of communities rather than communities working in service of capital, and a future where the benefits of today's investments are still being felt by our mokopuna. So that's the vision: homes on our whenua, capital at scale, intergenerational prosperity, one platform, many iwi, shared strength, for iwi, by iwi, with iwi. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou.
That's amazing. Thank you very much. Could you talk a bit more about how the risk is cordoned off from...
Sure, the whenua. This is still under development. So if I speak to our what's currently happening at Ngāti Hoa, as I said, we've got multiple projects that we need funding for to unlock our whenua so that we are providing our own health services, we're doing our own housing, we're doing all of that ourselves. For that to happen, we can't have all that debt loaded onto our iwi balance sheet. So the plan is to create a new entity that will essentially hold the homes as security at scale. So it will potentially, so at the minute we've got approximately, how many whare? About 200 to 300. Posha. We've got, and that's including the other iwi that are currently considering. But the potential here is huge to have at least 5 to 1,000 homes in a very short time that this another entity will own and fund and have security over. So therefore, it's not over the whenua.
So how is that entity able to borrow when it doesn't have land to offer to a bank or a funder as a guarantee?
Yeah. So it has the houses, and it has the houses, but it also has government contracts. So that is key. I see Minister McAnulty walk back in the room. So these government guarantees or the IRS, those MHARD contracts are key to enabling this, that model.
And is there a likely use of the Community Housing Funding Agency tool? Is that something that you can do?
I hope so. To be honest, I haven't looked into that. We're currently getting legal advice to look at other opportunities, but there are other models out there that exist. And actually, iwi are moving into aggregating their capital for national type infrastructure projects. So we see this as a project for social impact from aggregated iwi platforms, wealth platforms.
And what sort of capacity have you got to expand, going from that 35 to 200, and then what?
Yeah, so again, I have to acknowledge Tamaki Regeneration. We couldn't do this at scale without their support. So they provided a large part of that back office because for them right now, our team is Karleen, myself and 2 others, and along with all the other mahi. But that's what's common, unfortunately, in this room. All the Māori Pacifica whānau in here, we've got one kaupapa, but while dealing with 100 others at the same time. And that's why, again, the partnership with TRC enables all of this great design thinking and is enabling us to scale. Did you want to add anything, Kars?
I might just add to that. So our model wasn't to build, learn and grow. It was to grow from the beginning. So therefore partnership really, really important to us. So in terms of being able to deliver at scale, ready to go. We've got good partners. Any iwi in the room, we're more than happy to have conversations with you.
Fantastic. We're running a bit behind time, so let's say thank you very much to Wow, that's exciting. I grew up near Waharoa, so I'm keen to go and have a look. Kieran McAnulty is the Labour Party housing spokesman. He could be minister in a few months' time, and we're interested to hear what his plans are and proposals are. So please join with me in welcoming Kieran McAnulty to the stage.
Kia ora tātou, ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. G'day everyone. I want to acknowledge Paul and the team at Community Housing Aotearoa, mana whenua, and all those involved in organising this for the invitation to come today. I was keen for the opportunity to speak. Last conference, I was in the hall listening to government ministers. I was in the hall this morning listening to Chris Bishop's contribution, and I appreciate the opportunity to not only respond to that, but give an indication and a steer as to what we would like to do if given the opportunity to form a government after the election. I asked to be the housing spokesperson, and I hope to become the housing minister, because I firmly believe that housing is the most important thing that a government can facilitate and provide for society. I say that because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how good your health system is, if people are leaving hospital, going back to inadequate housing, all that work is undermined. It doesn't matter how good your education system is, if our children are going back to insecure, unsafe, unhealthy housing, they can't learn. It won't solve everything, but it'll go a hell of a long way towards addressing many of the issues that we face as a country if we can house our people. It's not going to happen quickly, but it has to happen. Now, I'm looking at what the government has done And I listened to what the government had to say this morning. And I thought it was noteworthy, not necessarily what was said, but what wasn't. There wasn't an acknowledgement that homelessness is at an unprecedented level, at the highest level we have ever faced in this country's history. There wasn't an acknowledgement that Kāinga Ora have been instructed not to expand its number of houses. There wasn't an acknowledgement that the level of funding to the community housing sector is less than what was previously provided. Even when the minister said that there had been 7,000 houses built under this government, should I say this government's time in office, it wasn't acknowledged that actually only 400 of those were funded by this government. And if we're in a situation at the end of their first term when they are counting houses that were already underway and funded by the previous government, I don't think they have that much to celebrate. Now, a lot of where we are in this country is because politicians bicker and politicians don't give credit where it's due. If you took the speech in isolation, I couldn't actually argue with much of the things that the minister said this morning. A lot of the changes that are were underway under us. Some of them are good ideas and we will keep them. But where we have a fundamental issue is at a time when we have unprecedented homelessness, when we have 20,000 people out of work in construction, the government has essentially turned the tap off for the provision of state housing and has reduced the flow for the support for community housing. That is fundamentally wrong in our view. So what we will be doing from today leading up to the election is progressively announcing a suite of policies, recognising that if we do have the privilege of forming a government in a few months' time, we're going to have to work with you and help you to address homelessness. We're going to have to work with you and help you to build more houses through the community sector. We're going to have to do something about affordable rentals, and we're going to have to help people into owning their own home. We're going to have to recognise that there are specific segments across those that need assistance with housing that need a specific approach to that. The disability sector, for example, Māori, Pacifica, youth, elderly. It can't be one size fits all, and that we actually absolutely agree. But we can't expect to address the growing need for social housing by simply fixing the planning laws and expecting the market to deliver. And we can't get where we need to get, make a credible dent in the need for housing if the government doesn't back the community housing sector to play its part. Every time I meet with a frontline provider, they tell me the same thing. We're ready to go, we can build houses, we just need the government to back us. That is a clear and consistent message. And the one thing I really am determined to do, if given the opportunity to be Housing Minister, is to listen to the sector. We have a situation where frontline providers, the very people in this room, are telling the government that their policies, particularly the change to criteria for emergency housing, has contributed to the highest level of homelessness that we have ever seen in this country. Yet when you ask government ministers, they say that that isn't the case. In fact, they try and argue that there's only 24 homeless people in Auckland CBD. Now, I fortuitously sat next to someone who knew a thing or two about that and explained to me this morning what they actually mean by that, is that a particular corridor, particularly defined areas of the CBD, and it is the number of people that those who are tasked with the role of going around and waking them up in the morning. But if you listen to the government, they are trying to tell the country that there's only 24 homeless people in Auckland CBD. It's just not true. So if we need to move beyond a situation where we are essentially, successive governments, mind you, are setting policies like this. We don't have an accurate measure of homelessness, and the only one that we had supposedly was the census, and now that's getting scrapped. We also have a situation where ministers are referring to the social housing register as a measure of need, and that is so wrong. So without accurate data, how on earth are we going to be making informed decisions on what the government needs to do to help you to build houses for those who need them? Data is key. I believe you said that yesterday, Paul, in the afternoon session. So that is something that we are absolutely determined to work with you to do. To underpin what we do in government, we need to understand the extent of the problem. I'll give you one example as to why that is, and you already know this anyway. When in government we built and facilitated, funded, more social houses than any government since the 1950s, and the numbers on the social housing register went up. This government has pulled back and the numbers have gone down. It is not a reflection of need, and it should never be used as a measure of success. So unless we actually make some material moves alongside you, who are all collecting the data anyway, we are never actually going to understand the extent of the problem and then make informed decisions about what we can do. One thing we can commit to today is that the Community Housing Funding Agency has the potential to be a game changer in the sector and has already made some significant movements in that space. It was acknowledged by the Minister, and I also acknowledge the work that they've done. In a relatively short period of time, $500 million has been allocated to the sector to be able to build houses at a cheaper rate at which you were able to get for the banks, if indeed you were able to get funding at all, given the barriers that existed. When the agency was launched, there was an expectation, and a reasonable one in my view, that the government will get behind the agency and back them by providing a guarantee. Unfortunately, a guarantee was provided, but it was only provided to the banks. So we're committing today that if we're in the position to form a government in a few months' time, at our first budget, we will provide the agency with a government guarantee so that the agency can be at the same level playing field as the banks, that you can get even cheaper funding to provide the housings. That government guarantee will mean that the agency's credit rating will be improved to AAA, that the cost of borrowing will be reduced to the extent that with every 11 houses built, another house can be built alongside that. Now, this is a very small, but it's a significant change, because if the government can't get behind the sector, which is essentially a sector-driven initiative, then you're not operating at the same field as those who are getting better terms that you simply can't because of your unique nature in the market. But please don't be fooled. This isn't the only thing we're going to do. It's just, I don't want to come here today without making some sort of commitment. You can be guaranteed that we won't, if in government, say to Kaingaora that we're happy with them not expanding the number of houses. And you can be confident that we will fund the community housing sector more than this government will. We're not in a position to be able to commit to the exact level of funding just yet, because we're still working through the realities of the last budget. But what I do know is that we will fund you more than this government, but I'm not going to make a commitment specifically until I'm absolutely certain that we're in a position to do that and that we can follow through with that. You can be certain that there will be an announcement to assist people to get into owning their own home. There is a clear view that we hold, and I don't want you leaving here under any other understanding of what our commitment is when in government. You can't build all the social houses that we need by yourselves, nor can Kaingaora. There has to be both working alongside and in partnership. I accept that that hasn't necessarily always been the case, but I'm determined to ensure that it is. We know that it isn't the case now because you're not getting funded enough and KO aren't building houses. So we need to address both of those things. Now, look, I know that morning tea's coming up. And I also know that actually the Q&A are the most useful thing of these things. So I'm going to leave it there and hope that we have enough time. I think that was probably only about 5 minutes, maybe longer, who knows. But I'd like to have as many questions as we can so that we can have a conversation rather than a lecture. But thanks for the opportunity.
Kieran, thank you very much. Government guarantee for the agency. That's excellent. Now, do we have any questions from the audience first?
I'll just ask the same question I asked the Minister. There are 20 jurisdictions around the world that have changed their building code in recognition that they have an ageing population and that the houses that are being built today are not going to be suitable for people in 30, 40, 50 years, probably not even 10 years' time. So what plans have you got in terms of looking and reviewing or changing our building code around accessibility to even line with federal Australia's, which would be a great step?
Yeah, it's a fair question. And whilst it doesn't technically fall within the housing portfolio, it's something that I'm taking an interest in, because if we don't get things like that right, you can actually undermine all the other things that you're trying to do right. Essentially, the way we've approached this is that we recognise in my other portfolios, infrastructure, but also in building and construction, in the planning space, people just want certainty. They are sick and tired of the stop, start, carry on that we've seen over successive governments, but particularly in the last 3 years. And so part of that is providing clarity around what we're going to keep, let alone what we're going to adjust, but also being open-minded where we can be around potential changes. So we've been open-minded about what the changes the government have done with the building code, but with hesitations. We don't want minimum standards to be compromised. We don't want another leaky building situation. We don't want changes made with good intent that actually end up to unintended consequences. So the commitment is to be open-minded around what changes are required to plan for the future, not only just for the elderly, disabled, etc. But I can't give you a commitment with specific detail right now.
Any other questions? So we've got a question up here. Let me run up.
Thank you. I'm Gabriella from Dwell, Wellington. We've got, in the sector, we've got a problem because there are so many people with high and complex needs that we can't house because we have medium, high density, and it just doesn't work. Is there any chance that a special funding could be considered, developed, thought of to build specifically for those who need higher specs in properties? Because building those properties is quite expensive. So yeah, that's.
Yeah, it is. And this touches on what I was talking about having an informed debate, because so often the cost of providing social houses is compared to the average cost of a private development, which is an unfair comparison, given that they are not catering for those with complex needs like you are. But in terms of the question, is there a chance that we could have a dedicated fund? Yes, there is a chance for that. The commitments that are made in a manifesto are not limitations on a government, they're a very clear steer of direction. Coming in with creating a perception that we have all the answers is completely the wrong way to go about it. In fact, I would argue some of the problems we face now is because an ideological, preconceived idea is being pursued rather than listening to the sector. So yes, we've got to be open-minded to that and to what works and to listening to the sector. Our intention is, once we've announced our suite of policies, you have a very clear steer of direction as to how we want to work with you to be able to deliver more housing, but an open-minded commitment around ongoing engagement as to what might work for you. Because, I live in Masterton, right? What works for us doesn't necessarily work up here, and vice versa. We're lucky that we've got a really dedicated community housing provider there, and listening to them is important, because I want to be able to have funding settings that work in the regions, that work in the cities, that work for specific needs. At the moment, I'm not sure we have that.
We've got another question up here.
Oh, Kieran, I'm pleased that you said you'd listen to your local housing provider. John Prendergast from Trust House in Masterton. I have a couple of questions, and I appreciate you not announcing your suite of policies today, but just interested in your thinking, or if there is any thinking from Labor around some sort of incentivisation for chipped landlords in the area of solar, because at the moment there's no incentive to install solar in our houses other than tenant benefit, which is good, but it doesn't monetise that. And the other question, I don't know if you're prepared to answer your views on the recent changes announced in the budget around IRRS funding changes and this upward mobility of social housing tenants.
Yes, I noticed the Minister talked about the review and the reform of the social housing sector, but didn't talk about how that played out at the budget. We strongly oppose the government's policy of increasing the rent that those on the IRRS will have to pay. These people are struggling to pay the bills now. How on earth are they going to be able to afford $30 a week in addition to what they have now? And frankly, the whole rationale that in the government's view, 29% of people in social housing could afford market rents, therefore we're going to put the rent up for everybody, that is utterly flawed. I'm not sure that's the reason. I don't really know why they think this is fair, just because some are paying more than others, therefore we'll try and close that gap rather than addressing the needs of both. We don't support that at all. But to your question about solar, I totally understand. I mean, you're in this sector because you care about your tenants. And if you were in a position to be able to have solar panels on your properties and therefore significantly reduce the power bills that your tenants face, that is a game changer. So I absolutely agree. And I look forward to your reaction when we announce our energy policy.
Kieran, just one final question from me before we jump to a cup of tea. Yesterday, Kay Saville-Smith talked about the income-related rent subsidies and the accommodation supplement as a bit like meth, and something that eventually we'll have to kick or find a solution for. And the Minister today talked about $20 billion is the amount that's forecast for those two over the next 4 or 5 years. Is there any way that that can be repurposed or used to solve some of the issues, or is it something that we're just stuck with?
Well, we can't be stuck with it because I think it's unsustainable. But in the absence of an alternative, it's what we've got. And simply removing the support that people currently rely on is not the answer either. There's a real mentality of teaching these people a lesson and they'll be able to pull themselves up from the bootstraps, and I just totally reject that whole rationale and that mentality. But it is true that government's spending significant amounts to subsidise people's rents. And whilst the government claim that increasing the accommodation supplement doesn't go to landlords, there is just as much research to suggest that it does. And simply increasing the subsidy, that could potentially then see rents increase by the same amount. What a pointless exercise. So we have to be open to exploring what the alternatives are. That is not something that we're going to come up with a solution to right now, but it is something that I would be happy, and I'm happy to commit to working towards when in government. And this is actually what I touched on earlier. There's not enough recognition on what successive governments have actually done that makes sense. And the government has recognised that this is unsustainable and they are looking at it. We'll continue that work. We're sick of the stop-start. We can't just stop and think we're going to start again. Let's see what comes out of that.
Please join with me in thanking Kieran McAnulty. We have gone over time, so we've compressed a bit the cup of tea break, and the new session started at 11 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, great. Yeah.
Okay, kia ora koutou. Welcome back. I just love listening to you all talking with each other. It's a beautiful thing. I thought because we're after lunch, it's a tough slot, that we'd start with a movie. No, I'm not kidding. Because it's a nice way to re-enter as we sort of contemplate our time together, the things we've discussed, the opportunities we're seeing, the partnerships and relationships that we want to continue to develop with each other. And we'll be doing that in the final session, and then we'll involve you and ask you to have some reflections, particularly on where you would like us as CHA to be leaning in as we redefine or continue to evolve the role of community housing providers within the New Zealand housing system. And I think we've all recognised that we've been challenged over the last couple of days by Cave Saville-Smith, and I'm pleased to say I've just had Chris Bishop and Kieran McAnulty and Tamitha Paul upstairs with my film crew, and we've been interviewing them for the next edition of the Insight Report, and some really good, strong themes there around a willingness to consider community housing, social housing, and housing in general as core social infrastructure. And to treat it that way, and to plan for it that way, and to deliver it that way, and to finance it that way. So I'm leaving, we'll be leaving the conference with my kete very full, and I'm hopeful, and so we'll do some reflecting, and we'd love to hear your reflections. So please think about that for the final plenary session on the future of community housing. But just to kick off, we as community housing have the privilege of being part of the Peter McKenzie project, which has been funded for nearly a decade by the J.R. McKenzie Trust. And one of the partners there introduced me to an Australian filmmaker who's been doing a film on the stuff that we've all been talking about for the past few days. And so he's going to bring his film for a premiere to New Zealand next month. We'll send the details out to you all. But I just wanted to show you the trailer because it's a really beautiful story of a curious dude trying to figure out what the hell is going on with housing, both in Australia and around the world. And I would encourage you all, when it comes to New Zealand, it'll be shown here in Tāmaki, in Poneke, and down in Otatahi. So we're going to just show you the trailer now before we step into the final plenary session. Can you dim the lights and roll the movie, please?
My name is Kane Guglielmi. I live in a rural part of Australia on a small farm. And being the annoying overthinker that I am, I've been asking myself why. Why aren't we happy? I look around and, well, can't help but think that society as a whole isn't. So I called some mates and grabbed a camera and we hit the road.
What unaffordable housing is doing to kids is awful. It's making them feel inadequate because they can't buy a house, and it's left them feeling mentally deranged because they feel like they've done something wrong. They haven't.
When we look at the things that people report that they experience the most stress about, finances are at the top of that list.
Society's so busy playing the Monopoly board game that they don't realise they're being played by monopolists.
The scale of life is, did my existence make it better or worse here on Earth? That's the scale of life.
We've been tricked into believing that we live in a meritocracy, and that's just not the case.
If we shared the Earth, we'd have more time for each other, family, nature, community. Life could be as much paradise on Earth as possible.
The people united cannot be divided. When we realize this is a human right, the right to our planet, it sounds so basic.
A better society can follow, and that we can all be winners if we do the right thing.
It became clear there was a very plausible, just and dignified way that we could collectively exist. That was undeniable.
So we've talked about storytelling, and that's going to be a lovely story that will be told here next month as the film is premiered in New Zealand. So I just wanted to start with that because it's been a theme, another theme over the past couple of days is the importance of stories, and particularly Marlon. Yesterday, a really great question came from the middle of the room there, you know, where does this all begin? And it begins with you, and it begins with our communities and our people and the stories that we tell. So thanks for watching that, and we'll send you the details when it lands. Bernard, over to you. You're the MC.
I'm looking forward to seeing the movie. It should be great. Because I'm one of those people who thinks that along the lines of housing is everything. And so a movie about housing should be fun. Right, it's time now to wrap up, well, at least try to pull together all of the stories and lessons and insights from the last couple of days into a final plenary session, the future of community housing, a conversation about 2040. So Paul's going to be on the mat, so to speak, with Lisa Woolley, who is from Visionwest and is the co-chair of CHA. Lisa? Cool, thank you. And we also have, of course, Ali Hamlin-Paenga from Te Matapihi, who's going to join us on the stage, and Peter Fafu, who is from Navigator. Peter. Great. Now I'm going to throw questions at people, which is the best place to be. You don't have to be responsible for any answers. It's great. But I'm curious about what 2040 might look like for the community housing sector. I wanted to throw the question first at Lisa. What did you think of the presentations from our keynotes? Those who are diagnosing the issues, but also then our politicians, or some of them, who in theory are responsible for solving the problem. So what did you think of the presentations? And,
Yeah, thanks, Bernard. And I'd kind of like to start by just saying thank you to Paul and Chris for organising such a stimulating, engaging conference for us. So perhaps we could put our hands together to thank them. And also wanted to recognise Jackie and the amazing way she's captured the storytelling in art form, and it draws. And a reflection, you know, I love listening to Kay Saville-Smith. I've heard her over many, many years, and she's consistent in what she talks about. The thing that really stood out to me this time listening to Kay was that big section of people that are paying over 50% of their income and rent, and not being able to really move them. You know, how do you move into the home ownership space that then frees up rental for other people to come through? And I think it is, you know, a piece for us as we grow as community housing providers to really be thinking about that. What does affordable housing look like, and how do we help move people into the home ownership piece? You know, the PHO funding's gone. We've got to look at different ways of doing things. But I think that's really important, and we actually didn't hear too much about that from the Minister this morning either, which I think is something for us to come together and advocate for. You know, there's been a lot of work in the social housing space, but how do we work across that whole system piece to make sure people that have been homeless can get a home, be in permanent housing, have the right supports around them, but then how can we help move people through, if that's their aspiration, into the home ownership space. And good to hear Kieran's support for community housing sector. It's the drilling down, isn't it? What does that look like? But I think they both spoke well in terms of their desire to see people well housed in New Zealand.
Fantastic. Ellie, I wanted to ask you about the plenary earlier today from Rukumoana and Karleen, and what you thought of the proposal there for a platform.
Yeah, kia ora. I think it's a really exciting way forward, and we absolutely are right behind what they're trying to do, because I think Māori providers in terms of CHIP are less likely to be offering IRRS because it's not given to them. So we've got a lot of Māori CHIP who just sit on the register and they have not got access to IRRS. So the mobilisation nationally is really important, because we've got a lot of small-scale projects around the country. Collectively, they're at scale. And so if we've got a national piece that looks like us and will recycle back into us, I think that will make a significant difference to the Māori housing system, and they have the same values. Because when you partner because you share the same values. If you're partnering with someone that doesn't, then you're probably in the wrong place. Because it's like a forced marriage, where you're being forced into something. And quite often, some of those policy settings put us in that position. But I would say, don't be afraid to say no to a partnership. If it doesn't look like you, feel like you, have your values, because otherwise, we were talking about this at lunch actually, I hope that the community housing and social housing doesn't become commercialised, dressed in drag, because I'm starting to hear that.
What does that look like?
Well, it's for purpose. This is not, the housing system should not be somewhere where you sit in to make a profit. It needs to go back to the people. That's the only way we're going to end this crisis. And if we're still talking about this in 10 years, then we haven't set the right goals. Because the goal for us, in terms of strategically for Māori, is not to be here. And I think the other part of it is that we set up with products. Māori are the best place for them is affordable rentals. I hear that. The best place for us is actually home ownership. On our whenua, unlock the whenua, put the infrastructure in, and we'll get on with it.
So one of the things I'm interested in is how debates are framed and the areas that are no-go zones. So, and both of the major parties have these no-go zones, and it means that we often don't have discussions about what are in the no-go zones. So everyone walks into this room knowing there's no money, that the government is, in some sort of debt crisis and can't afford, to pay for new homes or IRS or capital grants for chips or subsidies for chips. Basically, there's nothing more in the kitty. That's it. You're just going to have to make do with what you've got, when that's actually not true. The New Zealand government is in a net equity position of 40% of GDP, and its interest costs, net interest costs, are less than 2% of its income. So knowing that, widening the frame, what would you do to solve these problems in 10 years if, government resources and actually council resources were not an issue? What would you look to use that money on, or what would you ask for?
Yeah, I think for us is unlock whenua Māori and collective mobilisation of all housing partners. Because if we don't work together, we will be sitting here in 10 years and figure out who's the best person to lead. You know, who is the best person to lead to make the moves and not have a discussion after a discussion and nothing happens. And I think that goes back to, you know, making decisions at that governance level, making sure that we mobilise and vote. Please vote. I think a lot of our providers are in a really good position to educate. I'm not saying telling you who to vote or tell your, you know, the people that you work with who to vote for, but at the very least mobilise the people that you work with to enable them to vote and provide education so that they understand that their voice matters. Otherwise, we'll be hui no dui again. And I think the other part is we need to take some risks. Kieran talked about, you know, underwriting, which is great, but there should be underwrite for many other places as well, because that will unlock, you know, we've been advocating for an underwrite for Māori providers for a long time.
So what would that underwrite be of the house building?
Sorry, what was it?
What would the underwrite be for the house building?
For building,
yeah.
For building homes on whenua Māori, and because the solution to the crisis is homes, and not transitional ones. Just take the name out and just give it to them permanently. You know, we get all these names of products, and so we then put a criteria on the whānau, which is in home ownership. It's like, oh yeah, they're suitable for transitional housing.
Mm. Pete, Pete, I wanted to bring you in and ask you the same question with a wider frame. You know, what would you ask for, and then what would you do to solve that problem in 10 years? Because 2040, 14 years, that's 10.
Maro lava, soi fo mau manalangi mama. For those that don't know me, Peter Whawhiu, I was a founding executive of Tamaki Regeneration and haven't worked in community housing for a while, but it's like the mafia, you bring me back in. So here I am. I've also been an independent commissioner for fast track consenting. So I've consented for fast track, 3 of them housing in Auckland. So if you're a resident of Point Chev and Mount Albert, the Unitech project was one I consented. So my thoughts are top of mind. First is around good governance practices across the board. I think particularly in the Pacific space, you've got charities and organisations looking to go into more of the housing, so good governance across the board. Secondly, good planning. Being an independent commissioner gives me an insight into planning across Auckland. I think every city needs to have good planners and also realisation that you need to pay for it. In terms of planning, I think some of you will go on the bus tour tomorrow when you go out to Franklin. So Franklin, you know, over the next 30 years is going to have 2.1% growth annually over the next 30 years. Papakura will have 1.1, and the other 19 local boards below 1%. So that's been planned, it's been planned out, and that's the reason why there's an agreement between Auckland Council and the government around Drury and that Franklin area being the top priority. I think third is around making sure that you obtain the social licence to operate, particularly in a brownfields development. What that means is that you need to get credibility, you need authenticity in terms of your engagement, but you also need to deliver. I've said to clients previously that when they bring me as a stakeholder, the key thing is you got to actually deliver results, and it's not just the housing; it's around the the apprenticeships, it's around the work that's going into it. You know, if you can get a kid, out of an academy and put them, working on the concrete laying business, they are building and creating. And the thing is, communities will support something that they see and something they help co-create. So social license to operate is key. And then the final piece I would say is partnership. You need to have good partnership. Touched on previously, if you have sort of the characteristics of what a good partner may look like, and I think top of mind will be vision and mission, but also you have to have a realization that there's some partnerships don't work out, and that's okay. I've got a long list of people that I'll never work with ever, right? And you're not in this room, by the way. So I've got a long list, but that's okay because the vision and the values weren't aligned, and that's okay. You've got to be courageous enough to actually deal with it and deal with it in a professional way. And the partners on the other side of the ledger, the partners that you do have good relationships with it's all about the relationships, and we've touched on that. Any transaction will come later on, but it's all about relationships, particularly in communities like the Pacific spaces where the va'a is very important, the space between one human being and the other. Last but not least, sorry Bernard, it's a long answer to your question, but last but not least, I'm faith-based, so I'm Catholic, and so my ability to love and be in this space is based on the hero of mine, St. Thomas Aquinas, and he says that love is willing the good of the other. So for the last 25 years of professional life, that has been my mission, to will the good of the other. Now, if you continue that and said, will the good of the other, but also their children's children and their children, right? It's a pretty beautiful space, and we saw a clip of that. Beautiful space to be in. If that's your vision and mission, if that's what you want to be involved in community housing, then you're in the right sector, right? Willing the good of the other is love, and that's sometimes what we lack. Sometimes, particularly, I've got 6 children, so sometimes I love them, but sometimes I dislike them.
I want to push you, Pete, because those are all really useful things.
Paul said I was only going to say only one thing.
I'm going to ask you to say a second thing. Those are really useful tools and thoughts for a constrained environment where someone else set the rules. For example, you talk about the major areas of development for Auckland are going to be in Drury and Franklin. Oh my God, what a disaster, I'm sorry. Why aren't they in the centre of town? Why aren't we having lots and lots of medium to high density houses in the centre of town close to bus routes and train routes, not to mention the one we just spent $10 billion building? I know everyone goes, oh, well, you can't change the Auckland Council and, this is Plan Change 120, that's a debate we can't really talk about. The Character Coalition will beat you up and that's not going to happen. So, and also brownfields is really hard politically. So we'll do greenfields instead. And what we end up with is a whole bunch of people living in suburbs, going there, not really because it's a fantastic place to live and they can't necessarily be close to their friends or their family or the communities, but because it means they have more land to sit on, and when the land appreciates, that makes them rich. It's expensive to build all the pipes and roads out there. It entrenches our car-based society. So that's one sort of thing where I'd say, hey, that frame is wrong. We change it. That's my little rant, sorry. So
the question is...
Touche. The question is, what would you do if those frames weren't there? If you were the boss, I like to make people dictators, but let's say you were the dictator and everyone agreed with you. What would you do?
I mean, the first thing I would look at is, I do this with all my boards, you've got to look at the demographics. So Auckland, let's say in Auckland City, you're going to reach 2 million by 2035. That's one thing. The second is that you've got to have a population like Pacific at 8.9% at the moment, but their median age is 25. And then you've got 16% of the population 65 plus. And then you've got 16.8% of our national population, which have a disability. So the demographics will feed into the settings that the politicians, by the way, I didn't see the 2 speeches this morning because I never rely on politicians during election year for a solution to a crisis.
Why not?
And you get that advice for free.
So why not? Because this is when they should tell you their solutions.
Because the political cycle is too short in this country. 3 years is too short to resolve issues which are intergenerational. The second thing is promises always come out and they'll only have the second year of their tenure to actually implement. I've worked for a minister in my younger days because I thought that was cool and flashing and discovered that it's not, especially when you're doing the work. Sorry, Minister Goff. So the point is that you've only got a 3-year cycle. The second thing is with our political system, I think, look, I'm on the international board of Amnesty International, so we've got 2,500 people and 70 offices around the world. We are seeing the global trends come to this country. Part of that global trend is the lack of populist engagement, lack of democratic institutions, or the weakening of democratic institutions, and the lack of social cohesion. So you're starting to see that, and you're starting to see it in the last 2 political cycles. The language has changed quite significantly, and that's a global trend. So we just happen to get it, as the Reserve Bank Governor says, we get the issues 9 months later, right? So we're starting to see those trends. So that's why I don't rely on politicians, because it's up to communities and also up to localities. The other thing is if I had, what is it, a magic wand? I would do, it's not an or, it's and. So Plan Change 120 will come out and say, okay, every train station, we'll have a TOD, transit-oriented development along that. If you're out in West Auckland, you're going to see a lot more intensification because of that. But also there needs to be more housing at a single level, particularly for accessibility, and that has to go into certain areas, right? So it's an and situation, and that comes back to my previous point about partnerships. And then if I had a bit more time, in my life, I would again try and engage with people, particularly politicians, on the social cohesion element. It's a society. I mean, I'm happy in Pukekohe. Pukekohe is a great place, right? But we're moving from 27,000 people to 50,000 people by 2045.
And what growth rate does that imply of the population? Where does that forecast come from?
Forecast is coming from immigration is a big one.
You know what the government's forecast for immigration is for 22,000 people on average per year until 2070, when the actual average was more like 50 to 60,000 per year. So all of these forecasts we're talking about for Auckland, particularly Auckland, are undercooked to the tune of 50, 70%, because it's convenient to believe that we're not going to have population growth, because then you don't have to pay for the infrastructure and all the political pain it would involve having a real debate about it. Yep. Sorry, another rant.
We should have a podcast. We should have a podcast.
Yeah. Sorry,
the two blokes with wine.
Yeah. Take away their microphones. Right, tell us, Pete, what I interrupted you. Sorry. Pukekohe, you were talking about Pukekohe.
Sorry, Pukekohe, yes. Pukekohe, I think that it's clear, the urban-rural boundary is very clear now than what it was 10 years ago. So you know where you can grow onions and potatoes, and you know where you can put tourist housing. I think so. The council has done good work in that space, but also the intensification around Pukekohe as well is next new train station, brand new renovated train station, and then put a lot more tourist housing around that. But again, I think where they're missing the trick is the ability to understand that the accessibility in particular, but also demographics. Not every person that retires goes into a retirement village, and the retirement village model, Bernard's going to talk about this, the retirement village model is not great, and therefore you have a lot of people going into retirement, and you can see the struggle coming for them. So you've got great organisations out there looking at this as well, but I think that's missing the trick, that there's an inability to understand that we've got a lot of people who have physical disability, but also they struggle in other ways, and therefore the housing needs to be fit for purpose for them. So on disability, I think Mike Potter's here, but 16.7% nationally as individual with a disability, but only 4% of the housing that we have in this country is fit for purpose. 2%, there we go, Michael's going to, 2%, right?
Because the private apartment building sector see no profit in that. It has to come from the non-market sector. And the retirement village, yes, I am going to have a rant on this, because we're at this moment where we're realising the retirement village sector is one of the canaries in our mine. Ryman Healthcare basically went bankrupt last year. When I say bankrupt, it's not bankrupt, but it begged for more money. The bank said no, so we had to go to its shareholders for more money. And every ad you see in a newspaper or on Classic, Breeze Classic, is for a retirement village because they can't sell them. And the reason they can't sell them is that our entire economy and housing market is based on this idea that you only sell after the house price has risen and you're comfortable that you're going to get your capital gain out in cash form, then you can move on with your life. We heard from Satish earlier today that one of the big issues is that people are simply not moving on with their lives, and that's because house prices haven't risen for 3 years, and most people are waiting to sell above the peak like they always do. And retirement villages are right at the bottom of the food chain, or the top of the food chain, bottom of the food chain on this. They only get the people selling out of the big houses in the suburbs and moving into the apartment villages when those people in the suburbs who are under no financial pressure actually decide to sell because they think they've got a great price. They're never going to think they're going to get a price when house prices are flat. And what you end up with is the retirement village sector, which the government is relying on to solve a lot of these ageing issues, and which has essentially given them a subsidy of these contracts that allow them to collect the capital gain. And again, they can't fund their expansion without the capital gain. So we're discovering that our economy and our housing market and our social system and all the implied subsidies built into it don't work when house prices don't rise. Sorry, that was not a question. Paul, you were inspiring at the start of the show by encouraging us to take our signs out of our windows, which I loved. What does taking the signs out of the windows for the community housing sector mean to you?
I think it is around stepping into your power and your capability and your partnerships and really stepping up and delivering on the vision and the sort of purpose of your organisation fundamentally. And so there's many expressions of that. And to go back to the sort of storytelling stuff, that's why we have built the hub and why we're using the insight reports, is to tell the stories. Almost they're your stories, we're collecting them from you, but we're telling them to everybody as inspiration in terms of what are those things that you're doing that are working really well that we could all do more of more often and in more places. And so in some ways it's really that simple, Bernard. You know, I think we've got some. We did a year's process working with you through our comms. Our colleague Wendy led an amazing process as our lead on communications with any of you who are lucky enough to have a specialist comms person in your team, building a vision for the future for the sector and preparing for election asks, which is another sort of part answer to your question, Bernard. You know, we really thought, okay, what's our capability, what's our capacity as a sector, acknowledging the current context where the government has said basically that the government balance sheet's off the table, we don't want to borrow any money as a government to build more, invest in more houses. So what you'll see in our election asks is that we think that you, we don't deliver housing at CHAR, you all deliver housing, we just help advocate for your interests. We believe we can do 3,000 a year every year, and that's a sustainable target, and that could be spread amongst providers. It could also include Kāinga Ora.
So what would need to happen to get to 3,000? From where are we now, do you think?
Yeah, well, we were doing it a few years ago, so there's a reasonably significant level of investment required there.
When you say 3,000, that's KO and?
Net new social and affordable housing.
So both Kāinga Ora, right.
Yep.
But most of that's Kāinga Ora, right?
Well, it has been in the past, but I think there is a broader view, having literally just interviewed on film Kieran, McAnulty, Tamitha, Paul and Chris Bishop on this very question. They have a far broader view around a mixed blend, and that in some geographical locations the answer might be that Kāinga Ora is a good solution, and in many, many other areas where you're all operating, the answer is that the government should be leaning more heavily on you as the community housing sector. So
what would that look like to get to 3,000 where the community housing sector was the main provider as opposed to KO? What would need to happen?
Yep, so...
Let's say we come to you November the 9th with a new government that says we want to do 3,000 and it's going to be 2.5K with the community housing sector and half a K with KO.
Yeah.
And they said, give me a plan, Paul, go out to your people and come back to me with a plan of what we should give, grant, land, whatever.
Yeah, okay. So, well, it starts with finance, and it starts with treating housing as core social infrastructure, and treating it that way and thinking about it that way. And this gets me back to the comments around finding your community housing warrior, because that means being disciplined, being organised, having a plan, thinking about it long term, financing it like you would infrastructure, delivering it like you would infrastructure. And so it is completely achievable. I am reliably informed, although this is completely off the record and just for you alone, that the Flexi Fund
turn off the streaming!
Yeah. The Flexi Fund was 10 times oversubscribed, right? So there's 7,000 homes that you all put into the pipeline and into the system for the Flexi Fund application process. Well, there's 2 years worth straight away, Bernard, to get you started, and then you need to be getting organised.
So 7 times oversubscribed for 10
so
times.
there were 700 places available. My understanding is there were 7,000 homes put on the table.
So 6,300 extra could have been built. What sort of funding would that require from the government?
Well, you probably want to have a mixture in terms of the tenures. So we've got far better experts than me in the room. I'm thinking of Andy and others from the Community Housing Funding Agency to do the maths. Is he still here? Yes, he is. He's up there. I can see him hiding in the corner. You know, that's your IRRS was going to be part of that, and the affordable rentals are the other. So there's a blend there. We would also, and I'm pleased to say that the politicians, although Chris didn't commit as Minister of Housing, but in the Green and in the Labour parties, there was a definite expression of clear intent to reignite the toolkit, the community housing toolkit, in terms of progressive home ownership and shared equity products again, which is conspicuously absent at the moment from our political discourse. So, Andy, do you want to give me a number per house? No, you don't. Okay. I just thought I'd check. You know, he's the CFO in the room. So it's a significant investment. But as we all know, the best social investment you can make is social and affordable housing, because it pays huge dividends across corrections, health, education, educational attendance and achievement. It's the gift that gives back many times over in terms of the long-term social return and not just the financial return. And so we're pretty ambitious and we think we can do it.
So the Flexi Fund is 10 times oversubscribed. I'm guessing there's, you know, if the government was to say yes to every one of those applications, there'd be $3 or $4 billion extra, maybe in capital and IRRSs, if you were to do some sort of long-term current value measure of it. So that's, say, $3 or $4 billion. And that's a once-a-year process, right? So today, the government will borrow $450 million, which it does every week. And every week, the bond fund managers and banks and KiwiSaver fund managers and the New Zealand Super Fund and ACC bid 4 to 5 times for that amount, $450 million. So this week, they're going to bid, let's say, $2-3 billion worth of bids for that $450 million worth of bonds. The government will say, no, you can't have $4 billion. We're only going to give you $450 million. Come back next week and try again. And they do. In fact, they often come back and bid 4, 5, 6 times. Yet our government is saying, there's no money in the kitty, we can't afford it. Just imagine, okay, that's $3 or $4 billion to say yes to everyone here. That would take 4 or 5 weeks worth of saying yes to the fund managers who want to lend to us. And why? Because there are now lots and lots of very rich people in the world, and institutions, banks, pension funds, very, very rich people, who all they want to do is lend money to a government. And our government won't borrow money from these people, let alone our own people. So, again, sorry, I need water for my rants as opposed to my questions. And currently, this week, our government said they were going to force everyone to put more money into KiwiSaver. That money will go into a fund and most of it will go into lending to governments overseas to do this. We actually have the Reserve Bank of New Zealand using a pot of money which it has in its accounts of $40 billion. This is money left over from all the printing that it did during COVID. And it is using that money to buy foreign assets, which are government bonds overseas. So our government, which says that it has no money for social housing to accept your bids for the Flexi Fund, is investing money in social housing in America, or Britain, or Australia. And so is our Reserve Bank. And so is the KiwiSaver funds and New Zealand Super Fund and ACC, which we all own. Yet we can't afford nice things. It's not true. Anyway, here endeth that little rant. I wanted to ask you, Lisa. I haven't put you in charge of the world yet. What would you do if there weren't the limits? What are your solutions? I know it's a bit cheeky, but we should be thinking big here. We're always walking into a room with blinkers and halters on. We're like those poor horses in the trotting tracks who can only go like that when we want to gallop.
Well, you know, I think we've got to get past the sort of 3-year thinking, and actually Kieran said that, you know, the stop-go kind of thing. And, you know, we need to be big and bold and have the 100-year vision. What do we want Aotearoa to look like, you know, in 100 years for our children, for our mokopuna, as Ali talks about? And I think we're mature enough now. We talked about this earlier with a group, and actually it was, Paul, you got people to stand up. How many people have been in the sector for decades? People stay in the sector. And I remember when we first had the Housing Innovation Fund. Anybody remember that in the room? I bet there's lots of you. And that was oversubscribed. Then we had the social housing unit. How many remember that? And how oversubscribed was that? And now we have the Flexi Fund, and it's oversubscribed again. So we actually have the knowledge, the experience, the maturity as a sector, and we need to think bigger than just what is being offered from the government. And the sector is thinking bigger than that. So, you know, I think we've heard a lot over the last few days about working collectively. And I think that's the key for us. How do we take collective action? How do we have collective voice? How do we tell our story collectively? The data that is our data, how do we tell that story and join all of that up together and show what we can do? You know, I remember those housing innovation funds and the social housing unit funds and the grant funding we got through there. That we built our balance sheet, we paid those houses off, and the housing we're doing now is built off that balance sheet. That came through funding, so it's an investment. It might feel like the government can't afford it, but what are we putting back in by them building off our balance sheets to bring more houses for whānau to make sure they've got a permanent home to live in? So, you know, I think we've got the ability to do it. We need to work collectively and have the right partners. You know, we can't do it on our own. We have to do this together, and we have to have our voice, and we have to present collectively, and there's power in that.
Ali, what are you going to take away from this last 2 or 3 days that will put a skip in your step and lift your head up? Thank you, by the way, for the mokopuna paradigm, which is the phrase I'll take away from this conference.
Yeah, what I think is that, and I'm just listening to this 100-year strategic plan, Māori have been doing that forever. That's our whakapapa. So when we talk about strategic plans, they are 100-year plus. And so we can help you. You know, Māori can actually help shift this because our strategic plans too are around wai, kai, whānau, whenua whakapapa. So if you got all those things in your strategic plan, then you're addressing the system, and that's the mokopuna focus. That's the intergenerational focus we need. So what I took from this is that the Māori housing system works, because I'm hearing it, that Māori are a key player in the system, and they're more than just whānau ora navigators. They're the strategic thinkers, and they are big thinkers. And I think if you can accept that, because it is a reality, and we have the expertise in here. You know, we've got Dane's over here, he's good at that stuff. You know, there's a lot of people in this room that are really good, and I think our Pacific partners as well. You know, it's an Indigenous thing. And that's why collectively that Indigenous thinking is the big thinking that we need, because, as I said, it's about whakapapa. And we're not going anywhere, you know, because governments change, and I agree with that short term, but I think we need to start. It was clear that the bipartisan thing is something we need to really push, and I know that Paul and I are having that conversation all the time. And how do we shift the dial there? So I think, yeah, my learnings is that we've got a really expert group of people in here, and unfortunately government underestimate what's in here, because they send out these funds, they all know you, you know, HUD know you. You shouldn't have to apply. They should just come to you and say, you know, you're delivering this, here's some more money, do it again.
But that's not their job. It's in their KPI to talk to the hand, right?
Yeah,
their job.
I know. And
in fact, when Treasury come to them and say, right, here's your job, they say to them, your job is to say no and to spend the least money possible.
Yeah.
Because I have this ideological view that the size of government should be below 30% of GDP, and you are my servant. So just get them to talk to the hand.
Yeah, because, I mean, and that's where you'll get the 3,000 from. That'll count, you'll get 6. Because we spend most of our time filling out the damn form. And then it's got to go to a legal team, and then it's got to go here and there. And all these people in here are the experts, and they should just, here, go and do your thing, because you're good at it, and we'll get out of your way. Too many people in our lane, and that's what's stopping progress and delivery. So that's what I heard today, and from a Te Matapihi perspective, that's the leaning in that we'll be doing. Get out of our way.
And what if
these people do what they're good at?
What would get out of our way mean? So would that mean, what would it mean? What would it look like? Because they're pretty good at not answering emails and not giving money. That's one way to get out of your way.
Yeah, look, I think it comes down to trust, and everybody in here has these conversations on a daily basis. I'm talking to the converted. But I think getting out of the way also means us as a sector knowing who's the best person to do what needs to be done. Because we've got to get out of our way too, because we get in our own way. And I think that's a good start, to start modelling that back. Because the government like it when we're getting in our own ways, because then they think they have to solve us or fix us.
Well, it's easy to say talk to the hand when everyone's squabbling.
So I think, getting out of the way of that. And I think there's so much opportunity, and it doesn't have to be with government. And looking past the government, because of what Lisa said, those 3-year cycles, and go offshore. Go there. Because once they see that you're not relying on them, it kind of gets a little bit uncomfortable, doesn't it? And I think I go where you can get it.
For equity or for debt?
Whatever you need. There's no one thing. It's a little bit, like Peter said, it's and. But go and get what you need for your people. Go to the people that will, and that's what I think is circuit break it, but we've got to do it all together. Yeah, we've got to
Pete,
do it together.
what is you're involved with fast tracking? What does get out of our way? What would it look like to you?
I mean, I think we have to recognise that the system that we have, everybody plays their role and plays their part. So again, it's the very faith-based element that I come from. We all got God-given talents and we're put in a role, and that's the system and the settings that we work with. So Chow and Te Matapihi and other advocacy groups, their job and role is to advocate for system change. I think the first point I would say is that those who are delivering at the moment continue to deliver and deliver good stuff, right? Do continue to deliver well, whether it be housing or whether it be wraparound services or tenancy management. I was chair of Monte Cecilia Housing Trust until I retired last year. I tend to retire from every career I've got into, and that's 650 houses, 60 that they own in South Auckland. The key is we had to set the standard, and the standard had to be high, it had to be better than anyone else, and you deliver to the standard. Right? If you're below that standard, then you get the training in. So I would say you can have the long vision, and it's great, right? But you still got to continue for that 100 years. You still got to deliver results, deliver to the clients or customers or the tenants that you have. The second thing is that you got to work within the system that you've had. I don't spend a lot of energy on trying to change a system. The system will change itself, right? Because there'll be strong advocates like the groups, on my left here, but you still have to deliver for your community or your families, and you work within that system. I think the last thing I would say is that we've talked over the last couple of days about, look, last time I came to this conference, it's great to see familiar faces, but I put a challenge out to you that the transfer of wisdom needs to occur, right, and it needs to occur now, because I've met some really awesome people within your sector who are, they are awesome and they're going to be great leaders, right? And I think the transition, like every sector, you got to find a pathway to transition that wisdom, that experience, and that knowledge to the next generation, because we want the sector to be sustainable, solvent, and also delivering, continuously delivering. So let's look at that transfer of what I call wisdom, in addition to actually delivering on results.
So do you have any examples of where some organisations have done that well, and any particular techniques they've got or ways to make it happen?
I mean, I don't want to. I mean, some great organisations I've worked with. Some I've been, chair of, and or been on the board. I think there's commonalities amongst them. One is that around both governance and management, they're always thinking of leaving the ladder down. So always thinking of succession planning. Right, so they're not going to be around. So again, that should be top of mind for any governor or set of governors. I think the second commonality is that you want to pass on solvency. Well, it's like families, right? The last thing you want is to leave your children debt, right? So it's the same as in any organisation. You want to leave them a solvent organisation, and you want that organisation to continue to succeed when you've passed on. And then the third commonality is, again, bringing in the right skill set. Bring in the skill set that you need. You can upskill internally, but if you need further financial planning, further strategic, further governance, bring them in. And also don't call them a consultant. Call them a stakeholder. Because once you start calling them a stakeholder and they are co-creating your long-term strategy or co-creating your new policies because the regulator wants, whatever policy they want, you make them a stakeholder, and you'll see sort of the change in them, because once they become a stakeholder, that's something that they've co-created, and you want long-term relationships with those advisors or those intermediaries. The last thing I would say is the other commonality amongst all the groups, and I find this with iwi organisations I've worked with, they do think long-term, but also on the side, they're thinking about delivery, right? They're thinking about that this board is visionary, but I need a chief executive, or I need a group of managers who are continuously delivering for my iwi o hapu. So those are just common themes amongst various sectors.
Lisa, just looking back over the last 2 or 3 days, what are your highlights? What are the things you'll take away and remember? And in 6 months' time going, well, I was at this session and this person said this, and that's why we need to do that, or that's a great example and we should follow that.
Yeah, Yeah, thank you. Well, one I spoke about before is, being on CHAR is on the council is how we come back together, and as peak bodies, how we work together and bring that collective action with our members. So that's been something that's really sitting with me for discussion around how we do that and how we bring everyone together. But I have been really interested in, there's that whole wave of, I'm one of them, coming through, the older generation, that's the housing for older people and people with disabilities. And thank you, Mike, for the questions that you asked to the Minister and to Kieran McAnulty, and your presentation with the group today, and also the presentation around housing for older people. And I really liked what you said, Mike, like, why can't we have a regulation change in the building code so that every new house we build is built for people who are going to be ageing in place, who have disability. And, these are the system change pieces. At Visionwest, we work with a lot of older people and people with disabilities, and so it's in our mind a lot. So, yeah, I'm grateful for that being brought to the fore as something that we really consider, how we make sure our older people can age well in place and people with disabilities have a place to call home that they can live well in.
So, dumb question, what would that look like for the building code? What would need to change? How would builders, how would they do things differently? What would look different about the homes?
Yeah, that's a Mike question. But what I got from your your presentation was, what I gained was it only costs 1% more. Thanks, Mike. Only 1% more, you said, to build for an accessible home.
Yeah, and it is literally 1%. I remember hearing Kay years ago saying that down in Marlborough they didn't cost anything because they already had the land. They just had to allow the space. But if you look at the Australian Building Code, that's their federal national construction code. It is level entry, wider doorways, a bathroom that someone who uses a wheelchair could actually go and use, not permanently, but just visiting, and just generous space with hallways and bathrooms. No different to what my friend here was talking about yesterday. It's not rocket science. It's not a huge amount. It doesn't cost a lot. But interestingly, there were 3 states in Australia who have not adopted it. But I can tell you, I'd rather live in Victoria and Queensland anyway.
The other piece that I loved about that conversation also, and being in we were fortunate to be in the Pacific Housing Conference in Samoa, and just the aspect of intergenerational living, and actually you can build that in, and even if it's a 2-storey home, I think somebody in your workshop, Mike, talked about having the bedroom, bathroom all accessible downstairs where the living area is, and then the kids or the family can be living upstairs, and you can have intergenerational living. And there's some wonderful architects designing for this now, where spaces can be made bigger as you need to, made smaller, have community spaces. I just think there's some really good thinking going into this area, and I think it's something that we all need to kind of lean into and go, how do we support and have collective action actually around that collective area and collective voice, and support the ones that are doing the work in this area. So kia ora to you and everyone that presented on that, Mike.
I thought it'd be a good time now to open it up and look to hear from you about what were the highlights and the takeaways, and also to, if you want to, challenge, ask, congratulate, bring out the fruit you didn't throw at Chris. So, questions, and I'll run up with microphones. Who wants to? Not just that. This is the one time when you're allowed to to do what I just did, which was have a rant instead of ask a question.
Kia ora. My question is, we're talking a lot about us older and growing older, but the missing population is our tamariki with disability and the challenges that they, as housing providers, we're facing with these more and more autistic children, more and more children with disability, and we don't design for the tamariki and our rangatahi. We consider our age group and our middle-aged, but our tamariki are not considered, and I haven't heard anybody actually raise it.
So that's a question for us, or for someone in the audience who may be an expert on this. How would you do it?
I don't mind answering that, because in some of the sessions I did ask that question. Our service, we run a disability information advisory service in housing, and in terms of the data, it's tricky because when you're asking what your disability is, some parents will say global development delay. That means their children were younger, right? Others will say, yes, they're autism. Others will say ADHD. There's so many different things. You can't lump it into one thing. That's what I'm saying. But I would say invisible disabilities, because that's like rainbow. So in terms of language, I'd call it that. What they need is a safe place, and that means line of sight for parents being able to see what their children are doing while they're cooking. It means a space outside with a fence, because Kaingora won't put in a fence. You guys all put in fences, right? I hope so. Because there's a number of parents that have called us and have said, I have to keep calling the police to try and find my children because Kaingora won't build a fence, because they've got children who are runners.
So why won't Kaingora allow a fence?
Policy. They will only do it if you've got a child who's under 2 years of age, because they're frightened you will run over them on the driveway.
Why?
Money and policy.
It costs money to put a fence up?
Yeah, it does. And occasionally they've said, we'll do it 50-50, but for a single parent in a Kaingora house, they won't do it. I'm very happy to talk to that, because, you know, that's a battle. Where do we get that voice in? But you guys all need to take up this stuff and say, actually, we need to be building fences. We need a line of sight. We need to be able to build homes that can be adapted as the children grow older. But that thing about safety and space, safe neighbourhoods, the number of our tamariki who are going into gang neighbourhoods because that's where Kaingora homes are. Can you imagine what the anxiety that does to parents whose children are runners? And some of them end up in the gangs and get used. So those are all things that, again, you guys can all do, and I just love the fuck up in this room about that. Hopefully it helps.
I feel a campaign coming on. But we've got some more questions/statements.
Kia ora te whānau. I don't think the general public appreciate enough the critical importance of stable housing. I think they just see, housing's over there, then you've got education, then you've got health. How do we advocate and get the message across that actually, if you had stable housing, you would solve so many of the other problems and save so much more money, like the $1 Million Murray, the one person on the streets, how much it's costing when you look at the whole bigger picture. Do we have the data to show the savings in the bigger picture, and are we advocating that enough?
Here we go, we've got a question up here.
My question is for Bernard, actually, a soapbox moment for you, Bernard, which is to deal with Paul's question, which related to how can we raise an additional $3 to $4 billion to put into social housing so that we can deliver on the shortfall that the Flexi Fund might be offering us currently. Do you have any mechanism by which we could raise funds to accommodate that other than convincing the government not to do bond issues, if they won't?
To do more bond issues, essentially you have to change the mindset around government debt. The public have been trained over 30 or 40 years to think that public debt is bad, but it's all okay to have your own mortgage to buy the second and third property, because our government debt's relatively low. So there is actually a really simple way to convince everyone to do something. That is to say, this will save you money. We heard about stability in housing. We heard about I went to a couple of the sessions where it's clear that not having good housing means people go back to prison, they go to emergency departments, they have really tough lives, and often that means the taxpayer, if you want to frame everything, and it's all about the rights of the taxpayer pays more. So that 3 to 4 billion, and that would have to be just a start. There's no way that 3,000 is enough per year. It's more like 30,000. You make the point, and there are cost-benefit analysis tools you can use, and we should use, to say to the taxpayer and the voter, if we borrow this money at 3-4%, we can invest in our own people, giving them safe, secure homes that they can rent or can own or invest their own equity over time to eventually own. That will mean that our productivity, our work produced per hour worked, goes up, our health costs in an ageing population go down, our education bang for buck goes up, the ability to tax all of that extra work goes up, and actually you make a faster growing economy that gives you a better credit rating and your interest rates go down. But at the moment we are making a choice, which is to let people, leave people in doorways and decide to drag them out and throw them off into the suburb, and then are surprised when they turn up in prison or in the ED. And we think that is okay, because the main aim of government is to reduce the amount of borrowing and to reduce the interest rate only slightly. We're talking 2 or 3 or 4 basis points, which would then in theory be passed on to the by the banks into slightly lower mortgage rates for everyone. When actually a longer term view would be to say, invest that 3 to 4 billion, and actually over the long run, according to this cost benefit analysis, we've ended up $30 to $40 billion better off. That's if you frame everything in a financial sense. Of course we shouldn't, but if that's what taxpayers and the Taxpayers Union and ACT and the National Party and the New Zealand First Party say is important to them, then that's one way to do it.
Bernard, Celia, that was not a rhetorical question, was it? So Ali would like to respond to your question, and then Jacqueline, you're next.
Okay, yeah, just in terms of your question, probably just an example of where it is being done, because I agree with what you say. So whānau water is a mechanism that considers those things, and it's not just a delivery model. So you've probably heard the whānau water funding. It's actually a philosophical way of thinking, and Māori providers work from that perspective, and with whānau and with communities about that whānau water perspective. That whānau water perspective includes all of the things that you talk about. So there's some whānau water experts in the room as well that could, more expert than I am, but that's a philosophical base by which you can talk to your communities and your own people about in order to achieve, I think, what you're saying, because it does include education, health, it includes all of those things in your worldview, your wairua, that spiritual stuff that we're hearing about, because it matters. And so that's whānau ora. And there's a lot of experts, and that's the mokopuna focus. So we don't talk about our kaumata, we don't separate us out, we talk about whānau. Doesn't matter where you sit in the whānau. And so I think some of that thinking, because that we're going back into being made a product of the system and fitting, it's like rangatahi. They go, rangatahi is only from, 10 to 24. Gee, my rangatahi is 37. They're my rangatahi. So I think that's another way of kind of positioning that kōrero that we can all have if you think about it from the philosophical base of whanaora in the discussions that you're happening.
Can I just add to that question? There's plenty of data and insights and information. That's not the issue. So every community that I've engaged with, and whether they be clients or community, they understand housing first. They understand that concept. I think it's an education for other parts of our society who don't wish to understand it, right? So and look, I get impatient with people who ask me basic questions like that, and when I'm out in a community, and I say, if you're not getting it, if you're not getting the importance of housing, more than happy to engage with you on it, but there should be a strong understanding because the insights, the data, it's proven out there. I mean, when I was at Tamaki Regeneration, Shelley and I mean, the first thing that we put out was an ECE. It wasn't a house. It was early childhood education. The second was a community hall, right? Once you get that stuff sorted, and then the next was, the Tamaki Skills Hub. Those are the first top three things, and that's what community wanted, that community. That's before the house. So again, there's plenty of other examples up and down the country. In Poroporoaki as well, they've got some great urban regeneration work out there. So again, it depends on the community you talk about. The community I hang out with, they get their stuff and it's onto a different conversation. With other communities who don't, well, it's an education, awareness, and information sharing more than anything.
Do we have another question?
Kia ora. My question is for Ali and Paul, given, I guess, your prominent roles as leaders in the sector, specifically speaking to the Flexi Fund. So interested in your critical analyses or thoughts on, given that the money that was reallocated to the Flexi Fund, just as a reminder, from Whai Kainga Whai Oranga, which had a $7 return on the $1, and that being repackaged in its light that, of course, as you've described, has now been oversubscribed, one that has essentially been taken from the Māori housing pool and one that is now reallocated and will, no doubt, this sector will benefit from. Just what your thoughts are on that and whether you've heard any thoughts from, the communities that you serve.
Yeah, thanks, Jacqueline. So I think that the maths is important, as you say, because we also did the maths on the announcements that related to the increase of social housing tenant rents by 20% April 1st next year, and then the reduction elsewhere, and there was $75 million that had been taken off the table as part of that process too, which has been dropped in presumably to the Flexi Fund, and so there's not a lot of additional new support going in. There's a lot of movement occurring, and the general position is not one of growth. I think we want to be careful as a sector how we talk about the flexible fund would be my immediate response to you, because actually we think it is a great thing in the sense that we have a permanent tool or structure within the housing delivery system which actually has the capacity to deliver in any given place all of the tenures. It just happens at the moment that the focus of this government at this point in time is just on affordable rentals and just on IRRS funded social housing, but it could equally apply to all the tenures in any given place at any given time, including progressive home ownership, should the government of the day choose to use it for those broader purposes. And the big problem with the Flexi Fund at the moment is simply the low volume of putia being put into it, and the narrowly defined geographical areas within Aotearoa, New Zealand, where there is deemed to be enough persistent unmet housing need that they get an allocation. And so it's the limitations, but let's not throw a good structure out, because we've been advocating for something like that for 20 years as CHAR. Let's make sure we praise the structure because we think it's useful and we think it can be extended and can apply and deliver really good outcomes. But the problem is the volume of input at the moment from our perspective.
So that's 7 to 1. So you're saying that for every dollar that fund was going, generated $7 of benefits. Right. Dumb question. Why has that not been on the front page of the New Zealand Herald or from the top of the One News bulletin. I watch every one, so this is the first time I've heard it. And I don't understand why, because when I first heard about this, it actually was at the Green Building Council conference. Ellie, you mentioned it in a panel session. I was floored. Yeah. And since, every couple of weeks, I think, oh, that Flexi Fund, oh, I know where that came from. But I've never seen someone go, bullshit. Sorry. Why don't people say bullshit more often?
You weren't in the room when I said it, no.
Yeah, but you know, in a public sense, why didn't someone stand up and say, that's another theft after, you know, nearly 200 years of theft by the Crown?
Yeah, well, just to go back to that question, yes, I agree that there's a structure there, but I worry because every time a competitive structure is put in place, our people miss out. Every time. And so whilst that's a good structure, and in the fine print is you must work with Māori, what does that look like? So, you know, it's like, they took, you're right, it was a huge blooming theft. And I did say bullshit because it was something that was actually working. It wasn't the best, but it was working and we were achieving. You think about Toitu Tairāwhiti, man, they move, houses are getting built, they're credible, the community work with them, they think about things like whakapapa, they do whānau ora, and it worked, and it took it away. Te Ao Takitaki, the PHO scheme, that was put in place to make it easier for Māori providers to enter into the PHO space. Well, it was the hardest bloody process ever for Māori, but that's because we didn't set it up for ourselves. And I think I do worry about that specific funding because it means that we have to, the Māori housing sector is a lot young, it's young. Māori community housing providers have only just started to come into play under the previous government. So we're probably haven't been in the sector as long as others. Others got an injection to get the balance sheet. We've heard it. No Māori provider has ever had that happen. And so when I behave the way that I do, that's why. Because if we don't do that, then again, we're getting done too. And so and that's what I mean, like, think about the Māori housing sector as a valuable partner to achieving what needs to be achieved here. Because they are good, they know what they're doing, and they come from a values-based, and they care. And I think that's part of what we need to do going forward if we are to put a little dent in this crisis.
Pete.
Can I just add maybe a counter or a complementary comment? So out in Franklin, my bugbear at the moment is we have 9 master plan communities and there's no community housing in any of them. So those 9 master plan communities out in Franklin, they're delivering homes at the moment. Their housing yield will be about 15,000 in total. No community housing providers within them. So I spent the last 2 years opposing every plan change and every fast track for all 9 every time they put something in. And the reason why is because you need to ensure that if the master planning a community has to be a real community. The fact that you have 15 builders with respect to Pai Rata Rise, which is related to the missionary, to the Methodist Church, the fact that you have 15 builders and they're selling house and land, lots at 1.1, 1.2 million, and there's no community housing after 12 years, right? That's big question marks, big question marks. There's in Orango as well, there's Hangaia, with Hugh Green. So I think master plan communities are my bugbear at the moment, and as soon as the council took off that 10% affordability element, or they had negotiations with these developers around that 10%, then, if you're a developer and you're going to spend a lot of money on the infrastructure, because all the infrastructure is developer-led, right, the last thing you want is the bugbear of 10% affordability housing. So, yeah, I've opposed every plan change in that area because of that reason. And Paul's been a strong advocate. I know it's his bugbear. How do you ensure that you get into these master plan communities? Because the top priority for me is not finance. In Auckland, the top priority is land. That's my personal view, and from experience, land is the issue that we've got.
So when you say your top priority is land, what do you mean by that in terms of making it available, or?
Yeah, good buildable land. So the further south you get, then you hit peat soil. We're on an isthmus, 2 harbours. As soon as you open up the waterways, you've got tributary waterways coming through. We find that in the isthmus, and then of course you've got the balance between PC 120 intensifying, but also at the same time, 85% of all land in Auckland will revert back to the unitary plan as part of PC 120. So buildable land is the issue. For example, Red Hill, which is close to me in Papakura, man, Heb, Dempsey, those civil guys and girls, they did awesome, because I would never touch Red Hill just because of the type of, but they're building out that way. Out west, where Lisa and her team are, you're now hitting the mountain, the mountain range, and going further north, you've got floodplains. Going south to Clevedon, you've got floodplains. So buildable land in Auckland is the challenge in my view, before you even get to the finances.
We've got time for one more question or statement / short rant.
Yeah, we've got one up here that's been waiting.
I've got 2. The first is a small response to the person who wanted a mechanism to get more capital into the country. If we made a very small change to our immigration settings, there's a category of immigration that's a high net worth investor or something like that. At the moment, they need to invest X number of dollars. If instead we changed that setting and said they had to invest X percentage of their net wealth, we would actually get billions of dollars into this country in capital that could be invested. Just from Peter Thiel buying New Zealand citizenship, we could have actually funded the 60,000 houses that we need.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a mechanism for you.
Yeah. So the CHA should get together and write an invoice.
But that wasn't the point that I actually stuck my hand up for, because I wanted to actually join Bernard's rant against the Pukekohe development. I am a long-term resident of Franklin. It has been heartbreaking for us to see some of our country's best food-growing soil being built over with housing. When you talk to the growers in Pukekohe and they explain the difference in cost input versus land yield from the land that is no longer available because it's got houses on versus some of the other land in this country, it's ridiculous that we are actually building houses on our prime food growing land. We need to balance that land use, because it's no use having houses if we don't have food. We've got to actually look long-term to both, and balancing that is, I think, really important, and I don't think it's getting enough coverage because, and I know, and people in this room know me, right? I'm all for housing, but we got to eat as well. And Franklin has really good soil. There are parts of this country that have crappy soil that aren't being built on. Can we actually go find the place that we can't grow food and build houses there, please?
Thank you. But actually, you're exactly right. I'd say in response, New Zealand is not about growing food, it's about growing leveraged tax-free capital gains on land. That is farming. That is what we farm. And actually those horticulturalists, just quietly, most of them are actually, where they'll make their real money is as land bankers. And there's a lot of conflicted interests there, I reckon. The other thing is, I don't think this changes until you change that fundamental truth underneath not just our housing market or our economy, but under our society, which is that we have built a system designed for tax-free leveraged gains on residential land value uplift. Sometimes it's artificial, rezoning, plan changes. Or B, it is just the rising tide of extra credit being pumped into a society designed for that. I would like to wrap up this particular session and then spend 5 minutes doing a summary, if you like, of what I've learned from this session before we have the final goodbye. So please join with me in thanking our panel here for this final plenary session. Lisa Woolley and Paul Gilberd from CHAR, and Pete Farfew and Ellie Hamlin-Paenga for giving us such insight and passion and having a real conversation. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to spend a very short amount of time summarising and highlighting, because we're so lucky here today that we have had a summariser and highlighter working 24/7, it seems to me. Jackie Chan, please, can you give a round of applause to Jackie? Now, my job, the thing I was trained to do at the age of 19 was to take shorthand, and I still do shorthand. And if you tried to read this bit of paper, you'd have no chance. Oh, slightly less chance than I have, because I look at it and I can't read it. But when you look at Jackie's work, it's way better than just me and my shorthand, and it's got pictures, and she's somehow been writing and listening and picking out the key details. I had to read through. The key details are there. It's fantastic. So I'm just going to remind myself what happened by looking at the compilation here from Jackie. From Kay's presentation, the thing that struck me that made me want to shake my fist at the sky was this fact that 91,000 households pay more than 50% of their income in rent, and they're not part of the system, which gets some of the benefits, or as our finance minister said a wee while ago, has won lotto. She retracted it after an hour or two. But when the finance minister believes that people living in state houses have won lotto, we've got some work to do. The other thing that struck me about Kay's presentation was her pointing to the income-related rent subsidies, the accommodation supplement, that those chunks of money that are being spent every year to prop up, subsidise, go to people who are receiving it, and it's not being used to build a single new house. Right now, according to the surveys of private rental property investors, they have no interest in building new homes or developing new homes. They only want to buy existing ones. A, it's difficult and expensive, and seems to be getting more difficult and more expensive as the infrastructure providers pump in extra cost at the margin to build transformers and pipes, which is raising the cost for everyone. But that private rental market does not solve our problem. And neither party really has addressed that. For me, the other shocking chart, because I love a good chart to tell a story, is this one about how much money has been invested by the Crown and councils in housing over the years, and how it basically fell off a cliff in 1990 and has gone nowhere. We've just spent a wee while arguing about the Flexi Fund, and there was a part of me that said, that's what they want us to do, to argue over the scraps, when we should be asking, demanding, rioting for much more. Going to the weekly government bond auction and tapping the Treasury's Debt Management Office guy on the shoulder and saying, hey, they just bid $3 billion for your $450 million. Take their offer and give it to these guys in the community housing sector to build 1,000 homes. And then next week do the same thing again anyway. that presentation from Kay was fantastic. The other one that struck me was the session talking about the National Māori Housing Conference and the Pacific Housing Symposium, where Ali's idea of just 10 houses in a rural area makes a huge difference. And it strikes me there's a huge opportunity to match that demand and that land with the capital that's needed to help solve those problems. I'm constantly really shocked and not just embarrassed. Embarrassed is a too nice a phrase. Outraged. I can barely look at the sun when I go into rural areas, Northland, the East Coast, and see some of the places that people are living in. That's just horribly, horribly wrong. But also hearing about the need for bedrooms that can sleep 5 people. Of course. Hearing about wide hallways. Of course. These are things which we don't hear about. And as we heard in the speech from Chris Bishop, where he talked about the need for lots of 1 and 2 bedroom houses. Yes, and 4 or 5 bedroom houses with big, wide hallways that can handle wheelchairs. And don't get me started on not paying for fences. Bloody hell. Anyway, so that for me was one of the great sessions. The other one yesterday, Marlon, wasn't he great? Oh, I wanted to just stick a microphone in front of him and let him go for a couple of hours, turn that into a podcast. By the way, Pete, we do need to do that podcast. And there has to be, I'm not a big fan of wine, but I could do with a beer. So Marlon's suggestions there about how to organise and take action, for me, it was really encouraging for him as a professional, if you like, someone who's passionate about this, say, the real game is not online. The real game is face-to-face. You need to be there. But, grassroots organising. And that fantastic story about the road crossing. Just imagine if we did that with every, road crossing. Just imagine if we got Simeon Brown to every one of those meetings. Oh, that would be good. So that, for me, was one of the great sessions. Now, I went to a couple yesterday, the workshop sessions, which were fantastic for me, at least, because I didn't go to the other ones, and that, for me, was one of the frustrations, was looking at the list and going, oh, no, I want that one, and I want that one, how do I... that was fantastic, including the session about building and hearing from Shelley about what's going on at Tamaki Regeneration. That was great. And there's also some research that I could get coming out of the Otago University Wellington team around energy poverty, which of course is just housing poverty with bits tacked on. The other sessions today that I found interesting, of course, it was good to hear from Chris Bishop, and I somehow managed to restrain myself from jumping up and down and shouting at him, and having a really good debate about why on earth are you prioritising 2 or 3 basis points for mortgages when there are kids being sick and turning up at A&E, coughing their lungs out, or people draped in a doorway or stuck in a tent. Just imagine being stuck in a tent or in a doorway or in a garage that's got holes in it this morning in Auckland. Yet 2 or 3 basis points is more important, apparently. Kieran came, great to hear from Kieran. But you know what? Bullshit on both of them. Both of them have committed to 30-30, getting the size of government below 30%, keeping the public debt below or around 30%. Both of them are responsible for, not them personally, but their parties, are responsible for the systematic underinvestment in not just housing, but the infrastructure, the hospitals, all the things we need for our society, and they did it just to keep interest rates low. That's that chart there, the one where the investment collapsed. And that's because both parties committed to it. also called bullshit on the idea that there is no bipartisanship. There is lots of bipartisanship, has been for 30 years. The agreement was we will underinvest. We will pump in lots of people and we'll make tax-free gains from leveraged land prices. And really both parties have stuck to that. We're still there, nothing changes. And until the Labour Party changes that, this is, in my view, I'm not speaking on anyone's behalf, because remember, I'm unappointable, unelectable, and unemployable, so I can say that is bullshit. Sorry. For me, those sessions were excellent. I actually found this one really fascinating. We really got into some juicy things here. That fund switch, which should have been front page news, and there should have been a freaking march about that, and the way that people are being played off against each other, it just brings to life, to me, yet again, that famous cartoon. Has everyone seen that cartoon where Rupert Murdoch is standing over two workers on a table pointing at one of them and going, he's got more than you. Aren't you jealous of him? And that's it. When you're trying to say no to everyone, one way to get the punters from stopping asking is to get them angry at each other and to get them trying to grab bits off each other. That's a zero-sum thinking way of the world. Unfortunately, so much of our political discourse has now become about zero-sum thinking, enforced, unnecessary, because it helps you cloud the landscape, the political landscape, and sneak in and take power for yourself, in my personal view. So the other sessions, and the one that gave me so much hope and made me want to follow up and find out what was going to happen next, was Te Rau o Te Korimako, the work that's being done at Wakaroa, and how that could be a base for a whole bunch of new development which solves this fundamental problem where there's a lot of land, there's even a lot of capital. The nuttiness of investing $150 billion worth of New Zealand savings every year in government bonds in Peru and Britain and the US just drives me nutty. You can see I spent a lot of time shaking my fist at the sky. And if we can find ways to channel some of that capital, that lazy capital, whatever they want to call it, into actual homes that solve our problems, let's go for it. Again, it just always sheets back to this problem, land. Our banking system is based on having clear title to land. Our investment system is based on having clear title to land with a mortgage on top of it. And that doesn't work for people who are connected to the land in a much more real way than just a financial way. And we have to find ways to solve that. So I was really thrilled to see that. I'm going to end it there because actually the much better highlighting and focusing of attention on the last 2 days' learnings is in these great murals. I hope someone takes a picture of them and puts them in a frame somewhere to haul out for the next conference, just to remind ourselves of what we said we were going to do or what we learned. And I'd like to say, ngā mihi nui, thank you so much for letting me participate and helping me learn and find out some of the great stories in the sector. Paul, thank you so much.
Thank you, Bernard, for being our MC. Yeah. Well, we're on the closing straight and really appreciate that. And I just want to take a few moments to do a few thank yous. Jackie, we've covered you, but Amy and Justin and the team from our conference organisers, they're out there outside still doing the mahi, but they've done a great job. I'd also like to acknowledge the CHAR team, many of whom are in here. So thank you very, very much. It's been such an extraordinarily well-organised conference, and that's on the team and on Amy and Justin. And also to thank our sponsors, Gareth from Signatures here with us somewhere. I think he might have bailed, or you are still here. Good on you, you see. So thanks for your support, and to Lotto and to Parryfield, the team from Parryfield, Stephen and crew. And thanks also to the Community Housing Funding Agency, James, you and your team, and Ali and Te Matapihi for your generous involvement and sponsorship also. And so Ramwall, StoneX, Boundary Line, and we've had some tremendous support over a period of a number of years from Westpac, particularly with the Char Hub and the Insight reports, and so we're grateful for that. And then Damon came and caught me again this afternoon, who's the Vice-Chancellor of the university, and he just said he loves having you here. But that presents us with a problem because we need to share the love to other geographical regions of Aotearoa. So I'm going to ask you please to think about where next, because it's been a long time since we were in Wellington. We're open to other suggestions. Obviously, we want to make it easy and economical for you to travel. But we've been in Christchurch and we've been here in Tamaki now, so we need to go somewhere else next time. So just have a think about that. We're coming to the end. It makes me sad because it's been such a beautiful time together, but I am going to make you sing before we go. So we're going to get the words for Tūtera Mai up there for those of you who don't know them. Most of us will know them. But just before we do that, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask one of my board members to close us with karakia and then send you safely on your way wherever you have come from, and to give you our tremendous gratitude from Char. It is a privilege to serve you. We're very, very grateful that you've taken the time to come spend a couple of days with us, so thank you very, very much. Oh, yes, sorry, yeah, my team's reminding me there's bus tours tomorrow, and the buses leave from here. If you've signed up for that, it's going to be on your badge, and I don't know if there's any spaces left. I'm looking right, left. Yes, there's still some spaces, so if you want to get on a bus tour, that'll be fun. That's tomorrow, leaving from here in the morning. They leave at 8:30. This is community notices. I love it. It's like being at church. It's awesome. Thank you. Kia ora.
Which is 8:15. I don't know why you fellas from Tūwhare Toa were laughing down here. Oh, kia ora tātou. Listen, before I close with karakia, I just wanted to you, Paul, and to the rest of the panel here, support all the thanks. I'm not going to repeat all those, but I was really impressed, and I was moved about 5 or 6 times to stick my paw up, but I was enjoying the questions and the views that were coming from the floor. But it was just great to see our leaders up there, Peter and Ali and Lisa and the rest of them. So just wanted to acknowledge them really in terms of that last session. And I also, Bernard, this is my crew down here. They're a good crew, good looking crew, but they would tell you if you got them in a quiet moment, and so would Tūpara next year. I spent a fair bit of my life looking upwards and like that. So I like a man who's got the juice in terms of the narrative and the information, but also has that little bit of mix of riri and the wairua to occasionally say, enough of that crap. Let's do something different. So, ka tika me mea atu tēnei ki a koutou. I don't know whether we've got a place in Porirua. I think we probably have, so I'll just throw Porirua into the mix as a possible venue, because if I didn't, then my chair would shoot me. Anyway, so thanks for being with me. Hoi anō ko te mea nui. Hari tonu ngā mihi ki a koutou. I arrived here really actually tired. You know how you have those periods, and I know you do because you're in the community housing sector. I arrived here pretty had it, and I don't feel had it anymore hanging out with this interesting bunch of people. So tēnei taku tino mihi ki a koutou, ki a tātou. Koe rā te terapia, te pūtakitanga o ngā mea pai o tēnei wānanga, ne, mo tātou. Ara hei piki anō te ora, piki anō te wairua, ki te aha, me mahi anō te mahi, ne, mo te hāpuri, mo te whānau. Ka tika te kōrero o tēnei tuahine, ko te whānau te nāka o nā kōrero. No reira, I'll close with karakia. E te atua tēnei mātou ko pononga hui tahi nei. A kua puta mai nā kōrero i nei rā e rua, a e toru rānei, nā kōrero e pāniki nā mai, kei mua i tēnei motu o Aotearoa. Kua puta mai o whakamāramatanga, nā kōrero tika, nā kōrero pai, i roti nā wānanga katoa. Nō reira tēnei wā, e te ari ki tuku mai o whakapai i rungi a tātai. E rā e hoki atu ki ngā kāinga, pai ai nā hoki atu ki e rā kāinga, me e rā e noho ana mona kaupapa a popo. Nō reira, e pā tūwhakiti tātou ke mui i a koe i tēnei wā, me tō wairua tapu, me tō tama. No i rungi i tērā ki a tau, ki a tātou katoa, te ata whai o tō tātou ariki a iu karaiti, me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhinga tahitanga, i te wairua tapu, ake. Amene. And Paul's going to sing to us now.
And you were going to dance. You were going to dance at the front, right? There's actions that go with titira mai. So we'll end in song and then we're done. And I wish you safe travels home and time with your whānau e tū. Yeah. All right. Off we go. Tūtira mai nā iwi, tātou e. Tūtira mai nā iwi, tātou e. Whai a te maramatanga, me te aroha e nā iwi, ki a tapatahi, i a tahi rā, tātou e. Tātou e. Thank you.